Up jerks. Happy Thursday night. Week's almost over. I don't even know where this week went. I'm getting ready to bring out trash. It's trash night. And I'm like, Jesus, where did this week go? I don't know if you feel the same way. It's like only like another 7. I don't know. Wait, no, probably even 5 weeks of summer, really. Like it's like weeks are going by. It's just crazy. We have a great show tonight. Had a fun show last night with Brad Bradley. You may have seen it. If you haven't seen that, please check out the replay. Noticed it got a lot of views today, especially. A lot of people are checking that out today, actually. So if you haven't got a chance to see it, definitely check it out. It's about Amy Bradley, his sister. The Netflix series Amy Bradley is Missing is top 5 right now on Netflix. If you haven't seen that, you should definitely check it out and check out our interview with her brother who was there back in 2018. It was a great interview last night. I'm very thankful that he took the time. And I'm also thankful to all of you who stepped up last night and donated. It's funny. Someone was giving me shit about having the super chat ticker on the bottom or the Venmos or whatever. And it's like we didn't even get any Venmos for the show last night, even though the ticker is always there. All the money last night, everyone stepped up because it was pinned in the chat. That's the most important link, and that was what we were promoting last night, was to kick in some money to that family. And you all stepped up last night. There was a lot of donations that went directly to them. I think I said it was a GoFundMe, or no, I said it was a Give Send Go. I think it's a GoFundMe actually. I mixed them up, but you get the idea. We had it pinned in the chat last night, and you all donated, so I'm so thankful in that. Let's bring up the guest. I'm a little running behind doing a long intro. I want to just bring up these guests. You know how we do it here. We just get right to it. 6:05. I'm kind of running behind, so let's bring them up. I have 2 great guests. I have one returning. Let's bring up the returning guest. He's kind of my co-host for this first half. He's got his own channel. He's been probably the most frequent guest beyond Mark Betterow. Mark Betterow is probably number 2. This person is probably number 1. He won the Massachusetts Guest of the Year poll that we had here on the show last year. He got his award recently. Welcome back to the show, Mazza Media. How you doing, bro, tonight?
I'm doing awesome tonight. I'm ready to rock and roll. It's great to be on this show. It's been a bit, but I've been kind of laying low in terms of show guest appearances the past month. But the great news is that Karen Reed's freed, and that's the best news in the world right now, I got to say. And a lot more people to free here, from Turtle Boy and many others here. So happy to be here. Great to be back. And summer is going by really quick. All of a sudden, it's almost August. It's like, wow. It's every year summer just kind of gets going. Then it's bing, bang, boom. The next thing you know, everyone's trick-or-treating and watching horror movies on AMC.
Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to leaves and all that cold weather. And
Yeah.
I'm just enjoying it, especially like yesterday where it got kind of cool, got a little cooler at night. I'd love this weather for,
Yeah.
for months and months and months instead of just the limited time we have. You look much more relaxed. I got to say too, like I feel the same way. Like I've limited my schedule. This week I started to ramp up again. This is the first week I've done like more than a couple shows.
Yeah.
I've kind of just chilled the hell out and just been
Yeah.
smiling my ass off
Yeah.
since Karen Reed is free. It's just like I could see it in you too. Like tonight,
everybody's been saying that.
smile.
Like Brian LTL said that about me the last time I was in his studio. He's like, "Man, you look so relaxed." Because I just kind of was in such a, it's a driven mode, Batman mode, I like to call it. And all of a sudden, it's just like, I gotta find something else.
Yeah, it's so weird. I mean, it's like in the audience too. Like I gotta say, like part of that too is because the way the audience responded to the whole 3Ms thing with Betterow, you and I doing it night after night, especially the first trial. That was like every night we were there, and that was like we got serious. Like I felt it. It's like a responsibility.
I remember saying to myself, I go, when the second trial was announced, I'm like, how the hell am I going to be able to do this all over again? And I know this time around, I'm like, I'm not. It's going to be a limited schedule this time. I'm not.
The funniest thing is they didn't need us as much on the second.
Yeah,
trial.
right.
So many bigger shows that came in, and
right.
But it just feels good now. We got a great guest. He's waiting. He's a talk radio guy. He's hosted shows on WRKO and some other stations right now locally. He's also got a YouTube channel, and he's pretty like vocal And the thing that caught my eye is he did this interview. It was a while ago. I don't know how I missed it. I kind of didn't miss it, but I didn't really focus on it. I don't know when it happened. There must have been a lot of other stuff going on that time, but I never really gave it the like full run through, which I did when he posted a clip of it recently of his interview of his interaction with ATF agent Brian Higgins, who came into his shop and did a bunch of bullshit. And I loved hearing from Toby how he explained it. And you could tell Toby's a stand-up guy, and he's serious about what he does. So I thought it would be great just to kind of recap it and check it out. What do you think, Mazza? I know you watched this recently too. What do you want to say about this before we bring up Toby Leary?
Well, one of the biggest fights when it comes to Turtle Boy or Karen Reed or anything like that, this is yet another example of abuse of power. People being pushed around, in this particular example, small business that's really just trying to operate their shop legally and lawfully and in accordance with all regulations. And then having, an individual with some semblance of power walking in a shop and starting to basically flex and tell them what's what. And I think it's really just an example of what we've all been kind of trying to point out for quite a while. And I think in times when you look at things like Karen Reed or what's happened to Turtle Boy and others, suddenly you start to learn of examples like this where you have a gun shop owner on the Cape Cod like this, and all of a sudden you find out, well, guess what? There was an occurrence here and other occurrences out there as well. It's very, it really validates what we've all been saying, is that we believe people in positions of power were involved in carrying out a lot of corrupt things in our state, and this is going on in other states as well. But it's something that needs to be called out. We want people that are in positions of power and law to abide by the laws and conduct themselves in a manner that's honorable and respectable, and not a way that's abusive and sometimes threatening and overly imposing.
Definitely. And what I like about Toby too is they picked the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Like Higgins picked the wrong guy here. You got a guy who's vocal and knows his stuff, and he's not going to take it. He's going to tell everyone what happened, which is what we need. And that's how, like, they should be. I think Higgins is probably more worried about what Toby's saying than Toby's afraid of Higgins now. Let's find out from Toby himself. Toby Leary, welcome to the Young Jerks tonight. How you doing?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. This ought to be a lot of fun. I appreciate it, and it's great to branch out and be on some new shows that new to me anyway. And I really like what you guys are doing, so it's good to be here.
Thank you. Tell us about yourself too. Tell us about you before you tell us the Higgins story. Tell us about who you are, where your shops are. Tell us the whole rundown. We want to know.
Yeah,
your
so
radio shows too.
We have a gun shop, which was a lifelong dream of mine. I come from construction world. Like I was a carpenter my whole life. I home builder, remodeler, and just tradesman. Still am. I still have my construction company, but 12 years ago, a lifelong friend of mine and we decided to pursue a lifelong dream of, not just being a hobbyist around the Second Amendment or around firearms. We both had guns. We were hunters. We loved to shoot. We loved to, collect, if you will, and whatnot. So, but we felt there was more that needed to be done in the Second Amendment space, especially in a state like Massachusetts, which is very hostile to firearms ownership. And I remember when I went down and got my license to carry when I was 18 years old. You could get it at 18 at the time. I'm dating myself a little bit, but I remember all the hoops I had to jump through, the fees I had to pay, the pictures I had to have taken, the fingerprints I had to submit, and the background checks that, federal, state, local, the whole 9 yards. And they actually delayed my license issuance for 6 months because I went down when I was on my 18th birthday, and they're like, "We got a live one here, fellas," down at the local PD, and they thought I was just crazy or something for wanting to exercise my right to keep and bear arms at 18 years old. So I started calling like weekly, like, what is going on? And I felt like I was being treated like a second-class citizen. I felt like I was being run through the mill. I was, literally at 18, unlike a lot of kids my age, I didn't smoke, I didn't drink, I didn't do drugs, I didn't do anything. I was the most boring person, but I like to shoot guns. And so, but here I am, like, being treated and run through the ringer. And that really bugged me. I said, this isn't right. If this is how it is to exercise a right, like, what the heck, you know? And then I found out that I'm now in DCJIS, Department of Criminal Justice Information Services, which is the database that keeps track of criminals and inmates and everything else. And that's like where the license to carry holders go. And I just, it drove me crazy. I couldn't, like, that didn't sit well with me. So fast forward, I decided to move out of like the hobbyist and just kind of sympathetic to the cause, to somebody who wanted to kind of put my money where my mouth was and create something I saw when I was 16 years old down in Florida, which was a retail store and a state-of-the-art range that did classes, you know, safety classes and how to shoot my gun class and concealed carry class and whatnot. So that had been winding around in my head since I was a teenager. And then my friend and I, who was kind of tired of corporate life, he was in the tech field and, you know, software industry. So he's like, I'm out. I want to do something. I want to do something big. I want to do something entrepreneurial. So we started Cape Gunworks, and we just celebrated our 11th anniversary in July. We opened on July 4th. And so we really just had a passion for it. And we didn't want to just be another gun store. We didn't want to be, you know, just sell guns and ammo. We wanted to be a game changer or disruptor of the industry, if you will, and really take it into the 21st century and not just be okay with providing goods and services, but really the same way all other businesses have to operate, which is on a high level. And just because we have a really high barrier to entry in Massachusetts shouldn't make us like the gun store that people go hold their nose and have to deal with just because we're the only one around. We wanted to be a shop that really catered to the needs of the industry and help people who really are intimidated walking into a gun store. So this was the demographics that largely would be left behind, sometimes minority groups, women, you know, even gay and lesbian groups that like felt like they were unwelcome in certain gun shops. So we're like, we have to do better as an industry. We have to invite more people under the tent, or guess what? Our rights go away. And that's the way we really feel about it. So that's kind of what started our journey into the Second Amendment space. I had never run a retail store before, neither had my business partner. And so my wife, who's great, she's on board with all my journeys. She's like, all right, here we go. Another adventure with Toby Leary. This is so that's what we did. And I still joke that I want to figure out what I want to be when I grow up someday, you know, because I got a finger in so many different holes in the dam. But anyway, that's what we do on a day in, day out. And I wouldn't have it any other way. So we're loving what we do. That's
amazing. Is the shop in Hyannis, or do you have multiple shops?
No, it's in Hyannis. Yeah, right on Airport Road by the airport. We moved over to this location 8 years ago. We started off in a little storefront on Barnstable Road in front of my woodworking shop, as a matter of fact. Actually, my first retail location was actually in the woodworking shop. So we had a closet under the staircase. That was the gun store. And it was kind of funny. It was by appointment only. And I remember having a couple of weird things, like one of my salesperson was in the kitchen showroom selling a kitchen to a customer, and I'm over in the hallway showing a gun to a guy. And it was like, I hope she doesn't have to go to the bathroom and walk down the hall. And, you know, so it's kind of one of those things. But, you know, once we got a retail space, we moved into it. And then, you know, we were always looking for a big building where we could put a indoor shooting range and have enough room to do classes and firearms training and whatnot. So that's what we did. Took a while, but we got there. Took about 3 years.
I'm looking down because one of my dogs, he's got a little like coughing issue he has sometimes, and he's coughing. He's going to be all right. You know, one of the things I wanted to ask you, you know, in terms of, actually, before we go there, let's talk about radio, because you've done a lot of radio too. I know you do some radio shows. I'd love you to plug those as well.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for that. I do two weekly shows. One is they're both called Rapid Fire. and one is a Sunday live call-in show down on the Cape on 95.1 WXTK, and then the other one is a podcast on Wednesday, every Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. And that's also a live call-in show, but it's just streamed over the internet. It's not on any radio stations. Part of that show gets clipped and gets played on Saturday on WXTK again from 4 to 4:30. And then there's also a Saturday show on WCRN that gets taken from my Wednesday show and played out on AM 850, I think it is, WCRN. And so
you're on two stations, and you get a lot going on there. That's awesome.
Yeah, and then of course I do a segment on the Grace Curley Show every Tuesday at 1:50 or 1:45 called 2A Tuesday, and she just asks me what's going on with, litigation or legislation or any type of, new exciting news around the Second Amendment. And we've had a lot of news in the last year, which has caused me to take on a more of a leadership role with a ballot committee. So we have a ballot committee that we're doing called the Civil Rights Coalition. So we have a big bill that passed last July. It's about 1 year from right now. That was a 140-odd page bill. That's an omnibus bill that fundamentally changes the right to keep and bear arms in Massachusetts. This was entirely regulatory, entirely, to make it harder for good people to exercise their right to keep and bear arms, which was already a very difficult endeavor in Massachusetts. And none of it is aimed at putting away violent criminals or taking guns off the streets of the cartels or, making sure illegal immigrants don't get firearms and get put away if they do. None of that. It was only to basically make it harder for you and I to exercise our right. And, if we don't comply, then we get to go give an account for our actions to a judge. And if they see it in favor of the government, we get to go to jail for our and big part of my show yesterday was about a gentleman here in Massachusetts who's been in jail since June 23rd because he had the audacity to move from Arizona to New Hampshire and stop in Massachusetts while he was doing some DoorDash deliveries because he was a DoorDasher. He gets pulled over. They find his guns in the car. They arrest him. He's an Air Force veteran, decorated Air Force veteran, never been arrested before, no criminal record. And he's had 3 dangerousness hearings, and they've refused to let him out of jail or post bond or bail. He is serving in jail. They can only keep him for 45 days. But meanwhile, I'm sure you guys all saw the stories last week of how they're letting people go, cutting them loose, 120 people.
The lawyers,
can't
Yeah.
get a lawyer, so they get to go home. Even guys who are like beating their wives and stuff like this. But this guy, he's exercising his right to keep and bear arms. No harm, no foul. He gets to serve, well, he's been in jail for a month now, a month and a day. And
it's funny how the gun laws have become like the new drug laws. Like it catches up. Like it's good. Like law enforcement loves it because it's a good tool to get the bad guys, just like drugs were. But it's also catches up a lot of people that you just like say, hey, maybe not. Like that's they use it as a tool. I'm convinced of it. It's like especially the regulations, like you said, the guy's just passing through. Come on.
Yeah. And it's a constitutionally protected activity.
Right.
And there's no
guns is a tough issue for me too.
It's a victimless crime.
I wish there was. The thing that drives me crazy is I think they try to limit it to everybody, but at the same time, it feels like they don't do enough to keep it out of the hands of people who are actually insane. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like it's easy. If someone's crazy or nuts, they're going to, like you said, they're going to get either a black market gun or they're going to go to New Hampshire and get it. I mean, so it's like, what's the point? I don't know. Well, it just seems like there's a lot of hypocrisy with the whole gun laws. And I just
agree
wish
with
they
you
would.
on that.
I wish everyone would take like mental health, like, you know, because there are people obviously who are nuts who are doing shit.
Well, what happened in the 80s and 90s? They closed down all the psychiatric institutions,
Yeah,
cut everybody free, and
they did.
then we had a major release of violent criminals onto the street, repeat offenders.
Yep.
When you look at the average person who does some sort of crime with a gun, they're very well known to the to authorities in most cases. There's always an exception to a rule, some guy who's crazy or whatever, but for the most part, we stopped locking away violent criminals a long time ago. Massachusetts just had a report come out, the highest incarceration rate in the nation, $307,000 per inmate per year to incarcerate someone. And the reason for that is our jails are empty. So we still have the building costs, we still have the maintenance costs, we still have the utilities, we still have the staff, the insurance, everything that goes into staffing and maintaining a jail, but we got no inmates. So of course the ones that are there, the rate is through the roof. Barnstable County House of Correction holds 550 inmates, has about 150 inmates at any given time. Plymouth County House of Correction holds 1,600 inmates. It has about 250 to 350 inmates at any given time, and they're the last sheriff's department that still works with ICE. So in the entire state, they're the only ones who honor ICE detainers. So they actually hold people in that jail for ICE. And a vast majority of the people there are they're just not putting them away. So that begs the question, Mike, of what you just said. How do we screen people? Well, why are they on the street in the first place? That's
a good point. I agree. It seems like Massachusetts is way too lax on violent criminals.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact. It seems
100%.
like that's pretty obvious. And I'm more like most people know. I'm more of a moderate liberal, and I think a lot of even liberals are getting there. I think that we're all seeing it. Like, this is just not good. Like, you know, I don't want to see someone get locked up for some weed and now it's legal, or even if they have an addiction issue. That's a tough one for me. But when you start affecting people's lives and you do violence, I throw the book at people. It's just like that's when you actually harm people. That's when you should pay the price, you know?
Right. And that's the one thing you can do that doesn't infringe upon your liberties or my liberties. And you don't have to pass a law. You don't have to get budget appropriations. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is enforce the existing laws, because it's always been illegal to whack someone over the head with a lead pipe, or, you know, rob them at gunpoint, or home invasion, or kidnapping, or whatever the assault is, or whatever. That's always been illegal. So you don't need to pass a new law to enforce that. Just, you know, judges need to start putting people away to the full extent of that the law allows for violent crime behavior. If you do that, guess what? Tomorrow we are a safer society. Forget anything else you can do to the people you don't need to worry about. Like that doesn't ever make us safer. If you put restrictions on me, what gun I can and can't own and all this, because I'm not a person who's gonna go shoot someone, right? Unless it's they're trying to kill me or my family. But on the other hand, tomorrow you lock away the most violent element of society, you just made everybody safer.
Right. It's true. Let's talk about Higgins. Everyone's in the chat like, let's get to Higgins. They want to hear about Higgins.
Get off my soapbox.
No, I mean, that's good. I'm glad you got it in there, because, you know, you're telling people who you are. I like it that you're a fighter. I can tell that. That's what I like. You know, it reminds me of my cannabis days. It's like the same stuff we're doing, ballot initiatives, and you're sticking up for people. And I like that you're inclusive too. Like I feel like people, like you said, people of color, gay people, liberals, they need to get armed. Like, I feel like they need to, like, I'm interested in it. Like, honestly, I just don't want the crazy people to have it. That's it. But
I believe the Second Amendment is for everybody. That's the way it is. Rights protect everyone.
Yeah. So let's talk about this Higgins. Higgins is because he did some shit. This is a story I think you should tell. But before we go there, Mazza, do you have any comment? Because I feel like you've been a little quiet tonight. Do you have anything you want to add, or even a comment or a question?
No, not at all. No, I was shocked about that incident where that guy got arrested passing through Massachusetts, and he's being held in prison or jail right now because of that violation essentially. And I think Toby made a great point that it should be a little bit more lenient for out-of-state people, especially when they're just passing through and intend to get to New Hampshire. But that's one of the things that we see a lot of times is just these ticky-tack things that people get arrested on and thrown in jail and or prison for, and it's too bad. It's an unfortunate thing, but it's going to be a little bit more balanced in the law. If you have people out there that have criminalistic tendencies or violent tendencies, they're able to access a weapon that they might potentially in turn use on the general public. It's definitely a cause for concern too, is the mental health aspect. So
yeah, and to make matters worse, he's got 11 charges. He's facing 13 years in jail just for exercising a right. Yeah. He bought those guns legally and lawfully in Arizona, and one of them was an inherited gun from his grandfather, an heirloom, family heirloom, and that should never happen in the United States of America.
Ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you're too low now.
I'm too low now?
Yeah.
I keep because they're telling me I'm too loud. And so
yeah, it's all right. Turn it up a little bit more.
Loud. How am I sounding now?
A little bit better. Turn it up just a little bit more.
How do I sound now?
Perfect.
Good. All right. It's weird too. StreamYard wasn't letting me turn it down at first. It was
That's
like going
funny.
back and I don't know. Sarah said I was fine before, anyways.
Yeah.
People get weird. So, anyways, let's talk about Higgins. I want to hear this story about Higgins again. One of the things that came up in this story that I kind of missed when we were watching your audio, my audience made me aware of it, was that one of the people was black in this situation. You felt like there was some racial profiling maybe going on with Higgins too, as well.
Yeah, I really do think that was I think that was why he wanted to see the paperwork, because frankly, there was a whole counter full of people buying guns that day, and there happened to be one girl buying guns, white girl, didn't look out of the ordinary, and at one point her boyfriend came in, and she whispered in his ear, which was basically saying, "Where's the bathroom?" And she said, "Oh, it's over there." So she pointed him to the bathroom in front of our range doors. He walked over, went in the bathroom, came out, went out the other door, and back into the car. And, I could see how he might be able to, in a stretch, say that, "Oh, I should look into this. This might be a straw purchase." If, the typical straw purchase, if you were to put it out there. Two guys come into a gun shop, and I've had this happen. And one guy is like, "Oh, you should get that one," and the guy says, "I should? Yeah, can I see that one?" And so they pull it out, and they're looking at it, and he's like, "Why do you like this one?" "Well, that's the one that I used to have," and they're saying and how much is that one that you should get? And it's like $550. Oh, that one's there's probably a cheaper one for it. This is how it goes, right? It's pretty obvious. The guy is buying the gun for the guy who can't buy the gun. This doesn't happen a lot in Massachusetts because we do have a license to carry requirement. And to your point, Mike, maybe that's one level of protection against crazy people getting a gun. I don't know, but I still believe liberty is without license, like it says on the front of the Gardner courthouse where that guy was arrested and put into jail. But anyway, sidebar. The truth of the matter is, she had been in my shop a couple of times, had taken a class with one of our female instructors, and not really a class, but a try before you buy. So you can shoot about 2 or 3 different guns, find the one that fits your hand the best, and make a decision. You kind of narrow it down, and then ultimately make a decision on which one to buy. And then she came in a week later and said, "This is the one I wanted. I liked shooting it." And I could hear her interaction with the other people. She was really excited. "This is my first handgun. I liked shooting it, blah, blah, blah." And then when the boyfriend came in, who was black, and I think Brian Higgins' hair stood on the back of his neck, and he said, "Oh, I better take a look at this form." And when we didn't capitulate, he was, angry about that. So, I don't know how far back you want me to go, but he was here on other official business. And by this point, I guess this was 2 years ago. So in 9 years, I had never had a ATF agent in my shop for enforcement reasons. So he was there, and he loved to tell us that he's from the enforcement side of the house, whereas like every year when we get our annual audit, it's from the compliance side of the house. Like they come in and they audit our books, and they audit, this serial number of this gun, make sure it matches, make sure the one in the case is in our bound book, make sure we're not selling guns to the cartel or the kids, on their way home from school, that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. That's called an IOI. So it's an inspector. They are allowed to come into my gun store once a year, unannounced, and inspect our books. That's a statutory inspection that happens, And so we had just had one of these inspections. So at first I was kind of like, "Oh, hey, bro, we're good. We had an inspection." And then he goes, "I'm not here to inspect. I'm from the enforcement division. Here's the paperwork. I need to see this for this thing." And I told the other channel that I was on about this kid whose life got ruined because he was going through the police academy. And he came into my shop and flashed a police ID and purchased a Glock pistol, the most common handgun in the world, probably. Certainly the most bought handgun in America, and used by 65% of all police departments. It is, kind of the gold standard of striker-fired pistols, of modern pistols, right? Glock, you see them in all the movies. Everybody wants a Glock, right? Well, in Massachusetts, one of the ways they could impose gun control and slow, in the mind of politicians, slow the proliferation of guns in Massachusetts was to restrict the most popular gun in America, a Glock pistol. So they did it through regulatory means, and they exempted law enforcement from this regulation. They said that, it doesn't have a loaded chamber indicator, so therefore it's unsafe. And in 1998, Tom Riley, the Attorney General, sent a memo out to all gun stores that you got to stop selling Glocks immediately. He sent a cease and desist letter to Glock and made them buy back every gun that they sold in the state in recent, in a certain amount of time at full retail, even though it had already been stepped on twice from, distribution and the dealer markup. So Glock had to buy them back at full retail price from anyone who wanted to sell them back. I don't know how many actually did, but that's kind of the backstory as to why the ATF got called and was in my shop in the first place, because this
guy wasn't full law enforcement. Like,
correct.
You have to be a police officer. He was like a dispatcher in the academy.
Yep.
He didn't have the credentials. Did he even know that, do you think?
Probably, because we asked whenever someone comes in to buy a Glock pistol, we say, "Are you a cop?" And sometimes people are like, "No, do I need to be?" "Sorry, you do." And they're like, "What are you talking about? That's crazy." But I say, "I know it is, but don't shoot the messenger." But
let's change the law. Is probably what you say next, right?
Yeah. And it's funny because Gun Owners Action League, a gun rights group here in Massachusetts, subpoenaed through Freedom of Information Act all of the memos and the emails and everything around this time, because they wanted to know what the state was actually trying to accomplish by banning these guns. And it had nothing to do with the actual safety of the people, even though they used the Consumer Protection Act as their hammer to ban these things, and said, we're just trying to keep the citizens of Massachusetts safe. And these are unsafe guns, but we're going to exempt cops and police departments so that they can use them. And the message there is, because we want our cops and our police departments to use unsafe guns, right? I mean, it makes zero sense. But anyway, it was a backdoor gun ban without having to pass an actual gun ban and using the Consumer Protection Act. So here's this kid. He's in the police academy. I didn't deal with him originally, but one of my staff did. And the irony of the situation is the police chief was in the academy alongside of him. Like, she wasn't a sworn officer yet either. She got hired as the chief for a local community college. And so they're going through the academy together, and he's got his brand new Glock on his hip. And she's like, "Where'd you get that?" And, "Oh, I got it at Cape Gunworks." And, "You can't do that." So she blows this kid's life up. I mean, he wanted to pursue a career in law enforcement, and now he's on the other side getting charges brought against him for straw purchase. And
Is that like a felony? Is it a felony? Probably?
no,
No.
it's well, a straw purchase is. So where he really screwed up was he went to another gun store and bought another one and gave it to his girlfriend.
Oh.
So that's what they charged him. And if he had done that, like if he had moved into this state with a Glock pistol, no problem. If he had acquired one privately, because there are a bunch out there, you can sell them private to person.
You can still do that in Massachusetts, do the private sales?
Yes. But it goes through a portal. So you just got to verify that each of you are licensed, and then it records the transaction. But yeah, you can, believe it or not. And then if he had bought one and changed his mind later and said, I don't like this one anymore, I'm going to sell this one to somebody, not a problem. But because he specifically went and bought it and gave it to his girlfriend, who was also licensed, it's not like she was breaking licensing laws, they deemed it a straw purchase, hence why the ATF got involved. So that brings us to Higgins. He's in the shop on that matter, wanting photocopies of the form that he filled out, the law enforcement affidavit. And the whole time I'm just like, this is such a waste of government resources. The poor kid was trying to enter into a career in law enforcement, and now his life is ruined and is facing criminal charges, all for exercising his right to keep and bear arms. Like, again, this is a malum prohibitum crime. It's illegal because we say so, not because there was some holdup at the drugstore. It's just the legislature trying to restrict the flow of guns in the state. And I know that's, if you're a very moderate or even liberal, that might sound okay to you. But for me, somebody who's more libertarian in my viewpoint, I would say, holy smokes, where's the crime? There's no victim here. Like, there's no malice. He's not out trying to, roll old ladies at night.
It should be a fine. It should be like,
Yeah, it should have been like whatever.
A speeding ticket or something. When they take your weapon or something.
Yeah.
I think so. I think a lot of times they overdo it, all this stuff. Now they're asking me to turn up my volume and over again. I've turned it up. I've turned it up. I've turned it down. I'm doing everything you guys want, and there's somebody that's always bitching. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it does sound a little bit low by comparison. If you're up at about 15%, Mike.
I'm low because the whole time they were complaining that you and I were too loud.
Yeah, I know.
Now I'm back to where I started. I don't know why. I've turned it up more. You can tell me I'm too loud.
It's like an episode of The Outer Limits. We control the volume.
I'm going to listen to Dave. This is your volume is fine. Dave is the one. He's right. Everyone else is friggin' wrong. If you got a problem, talk to Dave. Dave's going to take care of you.
Yeah. Now saying I'm loud.
Stop muting. I'm going to do the old thing where I'm muted. I'm just going to...
Yeah. Let me move my mic back. There we go. I'll move my mic back. There we go. That should do it.
So let's get, because this is Higgins. He comes into your shop now. Yeah. And he's pushing him, like he's being a bully. He's not like you said, he's telling you he's from the enforcement angle. But then he's there for a specific issue, which is this cop who's not really a cop, who wants to be a cop. He's in the academy, bought a gun he wasn't supposed to get. He basically wasn't honest with you. So Higgins is there to check out your paperwork on it. Mm-hmm. and you're all good on it. You haven't done anything wrong. But
Right.
then these customer comes up, a woman customer who like you said, you've already talked to her. She's already shot the gun. She's already done the shop, and you've done your due diligence. I know about this, like know your customer laws. You know your customer. You know what she's wants. She's expressed what she wanted. You can tell that she's a legit gun owner that wants to shoot this gun. And then her boyfriend is there, a black guy, asks where the bathroom is, and now Higgins thinks it's a straw purchase. What happens from there?
Yeah, so she leaves the counter with her gun and everything and heads out to the car. And he goes up and whispers to this older gentleman who's come out of retirement because he loves guns and he's selling guns for us and he's at the counter. Whispers to him, I need to see that form that she just filled out. And he doesn't know any better. He looks across the shop. I'm talking to a couple of guys over off to the side. And he goes, hey, Toby. He yells it across the whole store. Hey, Toby, the ATF wants to see the form on that last transaction. And I said, oh, what? And I look over and Brian Higgins is going, it's all good. We're good. We're good. Just take your time. Deal with your customer. We'll just, he's trying to play it down, tone it down that now everyone in the store knows he's ATF, and so.
I love your employee so far. It's like.
Yeah, I know. I do. And so I didn't even know Brian Higgins was in the store at that time because he was dealing with my manager. And so I was distracted over to the side. And, so I said, oh, okay. And I was like about to go talk to him. And he goes, no, finish what you're doing. And then I turned back to the guys I'm with and they're like, sounds like you got bigger fish to fry than talk about guns with us. Go deal with the ATF. And I'm like, oh, this is great. this is just what I need. I'm sure that night online, everybody's like, oh, Cape Gunworks is getting raided by the ATF, So I walk over. I'm like, what's up? He's like, hey, I'm Brian Higgins, ATF, and here on this thing, and but I need to see the form on that last transaction that just took place at the counter. And I'm like, for what? And he's like, I want to see the form. And I said, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of that. Like, I don't know where you're going with that. I don't just produce documents to government officials on demand. Like, what are you trying? Why? Are you afraid I didn't sign the form? We didn't date it. You didn't cross a T. I go, look, I already had an inspection. He goes, I'm not here to inspect. I'm from enforcement, and it's like, okay. He's like, you know the difference? And I go, I understand the difference, but he had to explain it to me anyway. Like, I'm on the police side of things and there's inspectors. They're just looking for cross T's and dotted I's. I'm here to make sure no crime is committed. He's telling me, I'm like, oh my gosh. Then I'm like, how about we walk away from like earshot of everybody in my store who thinks now I'm like doing some stupid thing that I shouldn't be doing because you're sitting here, ATF guy in my shop. So I said, all right, here's what I'm going to do. Give me a second. I got to go talk to my business partner. And I walk into my business partner's room. And he walks into my manager's office, he's already been dealing with on the whole other issue. So he says, hey, I want to see that form, and Adam already had it. My manager had it. And so he's writing down the information, or Adam went and got it for him. I don't remember exactly how that all took place. And I'm in the office with Brendan, who calls our attorney on that deals with ATF issues. And my attorney knows the whole Boston field office. He used to work in that office. And he says, they're doing what? And we told him again. And he goes, oh, no. He's like, you go tell him to bleep himself. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yep, use those words exactly. And I'm like, I'm not a big, I don't cuss people out in my store when they deserve it or not. So I'll probably clean the language up, but he goes, oh no, tell him that, and I'm like, so Brendan comes out, my business partner, I'm standing next to Higgins and Brendan comes out and he's still got the attorney on the phone and he says, yeah, we're not giving you those forms. And he goes, what? Like, you better give me those forms. This is the ATF property. Those forms are my property. We're like, no, they're not. Like we have to maintain those records for forever, really. And it's not your property. And he goes, I can inspect those forms anytime I want, whenever I want. We're like, no, you can't. You can do it once a year in an official inspection. He goes, no one's ever told me no when I want to see one of those forms. I said, well, consider us the first. I don't know what to tell you. And then Brendan said, do you want to talk to our attorney? And he's trying to hand the phone over to him. And he's like, I'm not talking to any attorney. He's like, this is, and then he said, I already got what I needed anyway, because I went in and got it from your manager, but don't tell me no. You can't tell me no. This is ATF property. We're like, well, we don't see it that way. We see you're on a fishing expedition, and I don't know what your end game is with this, but no, come back with a subpoena or a warrant or something.
Right.
You know, and but this is not how business is done. This isn't how it works. So, you know, I just don't feel comfortable giving out my customers' information to law enforcement upon demand. You know,
this is why it's so important to know what you knew, because you know, and I'm sure at some point you had to maybe double check or do a double take on some of the things, but that's one of the things that's so outlandish about all of this, is that they can walk into your store at any time they want and start saying, you know, spewing all the legalities. It's like the IRS calling you up on the phone. Well, spoiler alert, they don't. They only mail you a letter, and you know, that's a lot of times scammers will do that. You know, or the IRS and you know, blah blah blah. They only mail you. You know, but it's the same kind of a similar situation here. Well, ATF, but you knew exactly what the process was, which is why one of your colleagues was so you know, well spoken on what you should have said back to him when you returned to the counter. So
right, yeah. So he storms out. You know, he wasn't happy, and we're just kind of like, this is crazy. Like that things took such a weird turn when we're accommodating him on his official business for the first matter, which he had all the paperwork in order. He had the subpoena. He had the, you know, all the stuff that we had to give him. Like I couldn't have told him no on that. And we wouldn't, you know, like if you got a legit reason to investigate something, you know, we have to comply. So when I said, look, and I think I even mentioned this to him. I said, what's to stop you from coming in my store, sitting on a stool all day long and just watching me do business and just sit there and demand forms after someone leaves, make sure I did my job correctly? Like, no, this stinks to high heaven. I'm not, you know, there's nothing about this situation that checks out. And so meanwhile, my attorney called his field office, the Boston field office, and said, do you realize what your agent is down at my client's shop doing right now? They're like, no. And he's like, well, he's down there demanding to see 4473s and saying it's ATF property, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, just he's badgering them, trying to get them to produce forms. And there's no investigation. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we'll talk to him about it, see what's going on. So my suspicion, I don't have intel on this, but I've kind of pieced it together, that he got back to the office or got a call when he got in the car or something from his boss and said, dude, what are you doing? You can't go into stores just demanding information without proper documentation. And now if they choose to go legal, you have nothing to hang your hat on here.
Right.
So make this right. So how does he make it right? Well, he must have spoke to the DA or pulled another Fed buddy card out of his wallet and got somebody to open up an investigation or assemble a grand jury on this girl. He knew the name, he knew, you know, what the date was and blah, blah, blah. So he decides to, you know, impanel a grand jury. You know, again, I don't think he has the power to do that. I think it has to come from the U.S. Attorney's Office. But regardless, there was one that was assembled because we got a subpoena from it for the surveillance system of our, you know, all our video camera evidence. And the day he chooses to serve that on us was like about a month later or whatever. And he shows up at like 8 in the morning with like 7 police cruisers or 8 police cruisers from our local PD. So they got the whole parking lot blocked off. He's in his unmarked car or whatever. And I'm showing up a little late. I have a instructor coming who came in from New York, who's teaching a class with about 12 people in the class from all over the state, including Connecticut, New York, people from out of state who spent good money to be here to take an all-day class with this, nationally known instructor from New York. I see all the crews. I'm going, oh my gosh, what is going on? Did somebody shoot themselves in the leg in the class or something? And I don't even get to the door, and there's everybody in the class outside. I go, what's going on? They're like, I don't know. You tell me. The ATF's in there. They're disarmed us all. And I'm like, what? So I go in and I see Higgins, running around and making sure none of my staff has a gun on them, and then telling everyone they have to get out of the building. He's got a subpoena for the surveillance system. Now, the closet where the surveillance system is, it's like a 6 foot wide by 8 foot long room. My building is 20,000 square feet. We got 2 ranges. We got 5,000 square feet of showroom. I got classroom, everything else. And the ranges are the furthest from the media room where the surveillance stuff is kept. I'm like, why can't we be in the building? Because no one's going to be in the building while I'm conducting my investigation. And so he basically shut us down for like 4 hours or 3 hours or whatever. So
Wow.
the group of instructor and students all just go out for breakfast. They leave for breakfast. And I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to tell you. But the best part of that story is when they're disarming the instructor, he like pulls up his shirt and shows him where his gun is. And Higgins goes and grabs the gun and he's pulling on it. And he's like, stop. You guys are dangerous. I train cops. I will do it. And he takes it out because he was yanking on his gun, So he takes it out and unloads the gun and he shows him that it's clear and he puts it down on the table. He's like, I don't want you shooting me in my own rear end because you don't know what you're doing. So, that was a pretty funny part of the story. But they go to breakfast. I'm still in there. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? What are you trying to accomplish? He's giving me the subpoena and everything for the thing. And I say, well, tell me what you want. If it's that day, I will get you from sunup to sundown, all the surveillance for that day. Nope, I want the server. I'm like, why are you taking my whole server? That's like where all of our cameras back up to. You can't, if you take my server, I'm looking at a black screen on all my cameras. Tough. That's what I'm getting. So and it goes back like 3 or 4 months, my server, maybe even longer. It might even be 6 or 8 months. So now he's got data from my shop going back all kinds of time. Who knows what he's looking for on his fishing expedition, But I said, what am I supposed to do now? Because I'm statutorily required to, have video surveillance of my shop because of my business license requirements that the town imposed on me. And now I don't have it. He goes, go buy another one.
Wow.
Yeah, go buy another one. I don't care.
And just taken a copy of it instead.
Yeah, and we could have burned him a copy right then and there, but he wanted to be, Higgy Bear and puff out his chest and show, you don't screw with me. That was the message.
That's it. He was mad.
You don't screw with me. You don't tell me no.
Ego. You hurt my ego by following the law. You asserted too many rights, and you hurt my ego, my man ego.
Right.
Did you ever get that system back?
Yeah.
Did you get the
So
video back?
I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks later, he finally returned it back and complained about our system that it's all in like 30-second clips. And I thought that was poetic justice. So he had to watch, hours of video in 30-second clips. So I'm sure his eyeballs were ready to fall out at that time. And I said, oh, sorry, we could have made you a nice video of that hour or that time or whatever. And then, I said, you really think you're going to find something here that is going to prove that some sort of criminal offense took place that day, or are you just covering your butt? And he's like, you don't worry about what I'm doing. It's like, It was just a ego show, and don't ever tell me no again. And, that was the message loud and clear. But we got it back a few weeks later, and then, nothing ever became of the investigation
Indictment.
into this woman. We knew, I don't even know
Did
if
she ever get indicted? She never got indicted?
Oh, no, there was nothing there. There was no.
What a piece of shit he is.
Yeah.
So
And I don't.
he did this raid just to cover his ass. And then,
Yeah.
I mean, this woman doesn't even know that he did this to her, does he? Probably. She probably doesn't even know.
Probably not. Yeah, she probably does not. And, the more I think of
It's
it,
because of who she dated. The skin color of the person that she dated is why he targeted her. Basically.
that's the only thing I can think of. And, that's what stuck out to me was he was watching, because why didn't he want to pull papers from anyone else buying a gun that day? It was only her. And after the boyfriend came in, he took notice and, I don't know if he didn't like his skin color or jumped to a conclusion.
Didn't listen to you. You told him at one point, I know in the interview with those other guys,
Right.
You told the Liberty show there. What's the name of the show that they were on?
They're the Sons of Liberty
The Sons of
podcast.
Liberty,
Yeah. And it was funny because
you said that you told them that you had you told them that you knew her and that she had been in the shop and that you knew she wasn't buying it for anybody else, right?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We did articulate that to him, and he said, he tries to sound very important, like, you have no idea why I'm asking for that paperwork. I'm like, well, you're right, I don't, because if you think it's a straw purchase, it's not. Like, he made it sound like there was some big ongoing investigation, and which is just so coincidental that he would have been there for that. At the same time, he was picking up all the other, paperwork. Like, he's a really good investigator if he could coordinate those two things at the same time.
Yeah, what a coincidence, right? What a joker. And it definitely wasn't. It wasn't. And
No.
he didn't get indicted. This is a question. I like Steve's question here because I was asking you about this when we were talking privately. Steven says he wanted the video from that day he was in there. Maybe he didn't want anyone to see his video. Do you have the video still? Can we
it's
post
funny
that
you
up?
say
I would love
that.
to get the video of Higgins raiding your shop.
I
Don't answer that question.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. And well, here's the other side of the thing is, like, I didn't really think too much about it. Like, a lot of people in the comments every time that video kind of surfaces or we reposted something about it or whatever are like, I hope you sued him. And at the end of the day, it's like, I don't work for the government. I'm a private business. So if I want to like make someone else's life miserable or try to, get them, if you will, it's going to cost me a fortune, and it's going to take resources,
Tough to fight
time,
the federal
effort.
government.
Yeah. And it's like, and meanwhile, he's playing with house money and can do what he wants to do and impose his level of, cat and mouse on us, which at the end of the day could end up very expensive for us. Not that we're doing anything wrong. It's just, I understand how the system works. And so at the end of the day, we never really thought about it again until I saw him on the Karen Reed trial. I'm like, holy smokes. I just couldn't believe that this was, I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's the guy. And one of the guys in the shop told me, hey, remember the guy who,
the decorated dude.
Yeah,
that's the decorated dude. Yeah.
He's up testifying in the Karen Reed thing. I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
And that partly got me to start going down the Karen Reed rabbit hole was the fact that, he was so involved in it, and I just couldn't believe it. So it was incredibly ironic. And but I had to basically sit on that story for a while. And I think, I forget exactly when that Karen Reed, the first trial ended. I think it was in the spring of last year, right?
It was April to June last year.
Yeah. And so that...
early July, I'm sorry. It ended. Yeah.
Okay, early July. So I think that show was end of July, if memory serves me correct. So I had already known this guy was involved for months because of the whole trial and everything else. And it was driving me crazy. I wanted to, I'm on Howie Carr all the time. Howie Carr's talking about the Karen Reed trial, and I feel like I'm sitting on this information because I was nervous. He was still an active agent, and I'm like, the thing if I float this out there, next thing you know, I'll have another subpoena on my door and he'll be, doing a raid because for whatever reason, So just knowing the type of guy that he is. So I ended up just sitting on that. And then while I was being interviewed on that show, the Sons of Liberty podcast, I hit the crossroads because they're asking me about Fourth Amendment protections as a gun owner. And I'm like, yeah, there's not if you're a gun store owner. And that's what I'm thinking about. And I'm like, oh, shoot, am I really going down this rabbit hole right now? And I did. And I'm like, but I didn't think this was their second podcast, these two guys. And they're friends of mine. They're good kids. They're young and they're vibrant and they're ready to go and take on the world. So I'm like, no one's going to even see this, So that's kind of why I burped it out there. Sure. And I was their second podcast, their first guest. And the next day, it had like 40,000 views, And for someone like me who does a podcast every week, if you get 40,000 views, you're like, oh, that's a pretty good week, So I was like, holy smokes. And it was the whole story. I don't know if AI picked it up or someone just watched the show and shared
Karen Reed. All it takes is one Karen Reed person to see it and share it with their friends. And
it kicked off a firestorm.
Yeah.
So...
Did Howie end up interviewing you about it? I heard he might have.
Yeah, like the next day, I
saw it. Yeah.
This came out on like a Tuesday. Wednesday, I think everybody shared it out. And then Thursday night, Howie calls me and he's like, Toby, tell us about this. How did you not break this story with me? He was insulted.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, sorry, Howie. It's like sitting on a fart right now. I'm sorry.
I love Howie. I love how he said that because that would be my first question if I had known you back then. I would have been like, why didn't you call me?
Right.
I love that. Howie wants it. But he was smart enough to get you on. So how did that go? Like that must have been wild to be on the Howie show talking about your shop and Brian Higgins and
So I told him the whole story that we just talked about, and I said, look, I was just afraid if he was still an active ATF agent. Gun stores don't usually look fondly upon the enforcement side of the ATF. There's some serious history there, like Waco and Ruby Ridge, and we could go down a million rabbit holes. Most recently, Brian Malinowski, the director of the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport in Little Rock, Arkansas, the highest paid civil servant in Arkansas. He was making $265,000 a year. Nice guy, quiet, simple guy. He started collecting guns, having fun, going to gun shows. He started to get a table at gun shows and selling some parts here and there. So the ATF started taking notice of him and said, you're in the business of firearm dealers without a license. Instead of like pulling him over or knocking on his door or going to his office at the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport and saying, hey, can we talk? They got a no-knock warrant and went in at 6 a.m., put tape over his Ring camera. None of them wore body cameras. None of them, they cut the power to his house. They kicked the door in. He hears a scuffle going on out in his living room. He has motion detector lights that don't come on, so he thinks he's being robbed. He arms himself, walks out the hall, sees a guy with a gun. He shoots into the floor to scare the guy out of his house. ATF returns fire, shoots him in the face. Kills him.
Oh, boy.
Kills him. Dead. Yeah. This is like 2 years ago. This is the type of thing that happens on the enforcement side of the ATF. So, we take this very seriously, and I'm like, I can't just go public with this story until I know Brian truly has a desk job or maybe got his old fire job back or something, because I'm not comfortable with the ATF being aware that I have a serious problem with one of their agents who's on active duty. Like, I'm just nervous. If he already showed this level of being willing to get back at me,
Yeah.
You know, what
And
other,
that woman. And
what
I
else
feel
is
bad
he
for
willing
that
to do?
woman too. Even nothing happened to her. It's just
Right.
horrifying that they did that to her. Um,
Mm.
did you ever have any pushback after that came out with Howie Carr and everybody else?
No.
Yeah. No
And it's,
ATF pushback. Go ahead.
no, it's funny because I think our lawyer put them on notice, you know, so I think they were like, all right, chill, you know. And then once we recently had a ATF audit. I guess it was beginning of the year, and we had 4 agents show up unannounced. They're always unannounced, and we are really squared away. I mean, we've been at this 11 years, and this year was probably the easiest audit I've ever had. And we you know, set them up in a room with a laptop with access to our books and blah blah blah, and they were in and out in a week, which sounds like a long time, but the last time they came, they were here for 6 weeks. And so I heard one of the guys talking on the phone to another agent saying, these guys are totally squared away. It's incredible. I've never been in a gun store like this. Their books are perfect. Their audit's perfect. Their inventory's perfect. Like, he didn't know we could hear him, and I just hear that. So I was like, okay, cool. So they know we're doing what we need to do to comply with the law. Again, these are the inspector side of the house, as Brian would tell you. They're the inspector side of the house. So at the end of the week-long audit, when they're packing up, I just happen to say, is Brian Higgins still around? They go, oh, Higgy? Yeah, he's still around. And I'm like, oh, really? What's he doing? Well, he's on a special assignment, you know. And I'm like, okay, like, basically, I think they were hinting that he's, you know,
Desk duty.
he's working the desk pretty
He gets
hard.
the coffee and the donuts.
Yeah.
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 And I said, okay, great. Well, you know, and he goes, do you have an interaction with him? And I go, yeah, a little bit. He goes, oh, really? How'd that go? I go, it's online. You can find it.
It's online.
I'm like, oh, man. But the funny thing is, one of the agents that was doing the inspection was the one that did the initial inspection when we opened the gun shop under the stairs, you know, the closet under the stairs in my woodworking shop. And he said, you guys are the first gun shop that I've inspected in like a room or a closet on a side of another business that when you opened, you said you were going to do an indoor shooting range and a training facility and a big retail showroom. He goes, everyone tells me that when I give them their initial inspection. He goes, you guys are the only ones who actually did it.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I was like, great. Well, thank you for that. And he said, good job. You know, you did a good job. I said, all right, great. I'll take that. Coming from an ATF agent, I'll wear that with pride. So anyway, that was it.
It's wild that you went through all that and then you realized it's Brian Higgins. I mean, it
was
so
crazy.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The arrogance of this guy. When was this? What was the date this whole thing happened? The raid. The raid and when did he first visit? And then when did the raid happen? A couple weeks later?
Yeah. It was before the Karen Reed trial started. Probably, I don't know, maybe even 6 months before.
So like 2024?
Yeah, I would say that.
The early 2024, maybe January. That would be like 6 months before Karen Reed.
Yeah, I wish I could remember. I probably have it documented somewhere.
Yep.
And but yeah, I would say I want to say it was a little bit warmer weather than January, so it was probably springtime. Might have been 3 months ahead because it was still pretty fresh in our mind when we saw him on the Karen Reed trial. We're like, oh, you know, I can't believe that's the guy, but it's the guy. Yep.
Yeah.
No mistaking him.
Yeah.
And you know, and then what really ticked me off though was watching how they require of us to preserve records, right? The ATF does indefinitely. And the irony writes itself here. The day before his preservation order came down on the phone, he extracts what he wants to show and then smashes the
Dumps
phone
it.
to bits and dumps it in the dumpster on, Camp Edwards
Military.
on a
Yeah,
military base
military
after
base.
cutting up his SIM card and everything. And I'm like, if I did that with any document that I'm required to keep,
Yeah.
I would be put up for a revocation hearing immediately. And during the Biden administration zero tolerance policy of the ATF, revocation hearings were up 650%. So gun stores that had some sort of clerical error, whether they didn't cross a T or dot an I or put their date on their form or sign it when they came and picked their gun up, some sort of bookkeeping error, not an error where like a bad guy got a gun or a gun got lost or no background check was done or you gave it to someone else. This is literally like the ATF approved the sale or the FBI approved the sale to this guy, this gun, this serial number, but there was some sort of clerical error. Those guys were put up for revocation hearing, their livelihood being taken away for that level of mistake. And this is it's an easy mistake to make. These forms are complicated and hard to do. The ATF themselves can't hold themselves to that level of standard. They keep documents they're not supposed to keep. They lose guns all the time from the national laboratory where they're supposed to destroy guns. They lose guns in parts all the time. And then they don't keep other stuff that they are supposed to keep, but yet they impose on us the same requirements that they themselves can't keep. And if we don't do it to the letter of the law, I mean, every jot, every tittle has to be 100%, because if it's not, you'll be given a violation notice. If you ever commit that infraction again, it's called a willful violation. And that, under the zero tolerance policy, is going to send you to a revocation hearing, which can cost you a lot of money. It can ultimately cost you your license to do business.
Wow.
Yeah. And
That's
so
make things too difficult. Look at
Yeah.
taxes. I mean,
Right.
taxes, every year I spend so much time on my goddamn taxes because I can't even figure it out half the time. It's so complicated and confusing and just everything with the feds. I used to do paperwork with them too, licensing. It's ridiculous. The state too, government in general.
It's like-
Steven says the book Gun Runners tells the story of Higgins shooting his partner in Somerville. Has anyone read that? Do you know anything about that? The first time
Never heard about that. No, I never heard about that.
Never
That's
heard of it.
interesting. Yeah.
Steven, tell me who wrote that book, because I'd be interested in picking that up or going to the library and renting it out. I'd like to read that one. Gun Runners. Who wrote the book? Tell us about it. Tell us more in the comments, please.
maybe that's how he became a decorated dude.
Yeah, I heard he had shot somebody, his partner,
Yeah.
but I never knew it was in a book. So
I had never heard that.
I know someone said what? I know, right? and that's another thing like I've faintly heard about, but I haven't heard any of the details. So yeah, we need to hear more about that. Please
I think
send
it
me
might be.
the-
It might be a joke. I think that's a joke. I don't think there's an actual book. I just ran a Google search and there's nothing on
Really?
it. So, yeah, I don't think so. He can double check, but I'm not sure if he's joking or not. But I saw books called The Gun Runners online, but when I searched Gun Runners and a little bit more keywords, nothing came up.
It could be some parody, of course.
Yeah, we'll
People
see. Yeah,
always-
we'll see. We'll have them
You
verify.
got me. They got me all excited. They better not.
Yeah,
You got to come. That commenter though seemed pretty knowledgeable about things. Yeah, I don't know.
we'll
He
wait
seemed
for
like a
double
joke.
verification.
Yeah, I want to know who wrote the book Gun Runners now,
Yeah.
because I'm going to be
Yeah,
Googling that on Amazon all night and seeing if I
Right.
can find it.
right.
I wanna
Trust,
thank
but
you guys-
verify.
Yeah, trust but verify. I want to thank you for the new member tonight. Are you serious? Thank you so much. They also gifted 5 Young Jerks memberships. Thank you so much tonight for doing that. I want to thank our guest tonight, Toby Leary, Cape Cod Gunworks. Did I say that right? Cape Cod Gunworks?
Cape Gunworks, but
Cape
that's
Gunworks.
okay.
So I'm
Yeah.
putting the cod on there. Cape
a lot
Gunworks.
of people do. It's okay. You'll still get to the right place.
It's Rapid Fire Radio. I got that one right.
Yep.
There we go.
I want to thank you for being here. Do you have anything, like any final thoughts you think about Higgins and his demeanor and all of that? Any chance we could ever see that video? Because I think that video would be. I think you'd get a viral video if you put that out, Toby. I think people
Yeah.
go nuts. You'd probably get 500,000 views of it.
You know what? It's a great idea. We should search for it. We might have saved it. My business partner does stuff like that. Like me, I'm on to the next thing, but I wouldn't doubt it if he archived it. If he did, I will certainly. I'll make you a deal, Mike. I'll break it to you or Howie. I don't know which one. No, I'm just kidding.
Either one, it's fine. I'm with
Yeah.
Howie. Like I gotta say too. Like I love Grace Curley. I'm glad that you're on Grace's show. I'm also
Yeah.
on Grace's show often now. Every Friday, I'm going to be on there. I think tomorrow she's doing a remote with Howie. I just like every time I meet, like, run into Howie Carr. Just it's amazing. Just to be around Howie Carr. It's just friggin' amazing. So
He's a great guy. I've become good friends with him, and he's just goes out of his way to really make you feel comfortable and welcome. And in fact, I would say he put me on the map as far as radio is concerned. Like I had no interest in doing radio, but I started doing the podcast thing when we were shut down during COVID. And so like after 4 or 5 episodes, I said, "Hey, Howie, would you come on my show with me sometime?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure." So we had him come on and tell the whole, Whitey Bulger stories and stuff. And then he liked how I conducted the show. So he asked me to guest host. And I was like, holy smokes, yeah, okay. So I went up and I guest hosted his show. And that was kind of what put me on the map, I guess, if you will, for the radio stuff. So, and I enjoyed doing it. So it was fun.
great place to break it.
Yeah.
Howie Carr show. I mean, that's pretty major.
Yeah.
And I grew up
Toby
listening to
yeah.
him.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Like and reading them in the Herald, it's
Yeah.
a lot of what I used to do too is like kind of based on him, like muckraking, like Toby Leary says you sent us a note about that 2010 incident. It says 2010 incident. You found this a separate event involving a Brian Higgins identified as an ATF agent occurred on November 2nd of 2010 during an ATF. So apparently that did happen. And apparently there is a book, Mazza, it looks like. So
there is? Okay.
More. It
Perfect,
looks like
perfect.
there may be a book. It's
Perfect.
somebody came back and said there's a book. I'm not sure this is the book, but we're gonna look into it. Someone said they found a book called The Gun Runners by Ralph Williams, and then another person said a different author said Sean Boynes is the author. It's about gun running to Ireland. So I think Stephen's the original poster, so I'm assuming Stephen's right. Sean Boynes. I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna look up that book. I think I might buy that book and maybe I'll read it on the show. More fun.
The Gun Runners by
Higgins fun.
Yeah, The Gun Runners by Ralph Williams was a book about the American Southwest.
Yeah, that's not it. It's this one. It's Sean Boynes.
Sean Boynes.
that-
Okay.
I found that on Grok.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's
No, did
true
you?
or not, but
It does look true. It does look true.
crazy.
We always shout. You know what I love is the audience. They'll tell you, especially the mass of them. This is great. We'll look into it. We're gonna look into it and we'll find out for sure.
All right.
Yeah, I guess we even have a name of. It looks like this is maybe the guy who. Oh, actually, that's his name. I'm sorry. All right, I thought maybe they were dropping the name of the guy he shot.
Oh.
This has been great tonight. I want to thank you both for being here. Toby, make sure you promote all your stuff before we let you go again. Rapid Fire Radio. You have websites. I know you're on Twitter. Tell everybody where they can find you, and if you have any final last thoughts, anything you want to promote, anything, even the ballot initiative, anything you want to shout out at the end here.
Well, I really appreciate that. It's my socials are at Rapid Fire Radio or at Cape Gunworks. I'm more active on the Cape Gunworks page. We do a lot with social media, with broadcasts on YouTube, X, all the usual places, Facebook, etc. The Facebook is now CGW Shop because we've been deplatformed twice due to the nature of our business, and YouTube twice as well. But we're trying to run the straight and narrow. The funniest thing is we don't even violate their terms of use or the community standards agreement, but they still shut us down anyway. So another story for another day. But yeah, the Civil Rights Coalition is a big one. It's called thecivilrightscoalition.com. I would love for people to get educated on what we're doing there, because we really do believe that all rights are worth defending and for all people. I don't believe they're exclusive to any one group or any one, party or anything like that. Rights, period, are worth defending. And none of our rights should be voted away by members of the legislature, because there's no privilege in any founding document that grants them that right. We, the people, as Madison wrote, are the true fountain of power. And we need to remind our politicians who they work for. It's you and I. And so here we've had our rights severely restricted and eroded. And ironically, it's the only one of the enumerated rights that says shall not be infringed. So here we are in 2025. It's the last of the enumerated rights that is still heavily taxed. No other right is taxed. It's all been struck down by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional. And so we enjoy bringing attention to the people who don't realize that their rights have been so severely restricted in the state of Massachusetts and are continually restricted. So right now, our latest effort is to raise money for the ballot committee, the ballot initiative. We are on the ballot in 2026. We're going to give the people of Massachusetts the ability to tell government, you can't do that. You cannot vote away my rights. And we want to reclaim our rights. And we're raising money for that campaign. And we're already up against a NGO that has been formed that is accepting taxpayer dollars. So they've already got a pledge of $250,000 of taxpayer money to oppose our ballot committee and make sure that your rights stay infringed. So, I would love to have all the help we can get from great patriots, good people like you who actually care about the civil rights of the people of Massachusetts. And they should not be infringed, and they should not be taxed, and they should not be levied or encumbered in any way, shape, or form. We should be able to exercise the right without being a second-class citizen. So I appreciate your time here on the show, Mike. This was a lot of fun. And Mazza, nice to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you, Toby.
Have me back anytime. I'd love to.
I just thought on something else. I want to ask you a couple other things. I want to make sure we acknowledge Wayne and Diane. Revere said Wayne is the man that's still holding in Worcester, helps support his defense. Is that the guy you were talking about with the that was driving through? And I would like a link to that. I'd like to see more
let me
info.
see if I can pull that up.
Yeah, even if it's not tonight, even if it's just following up on social media, I would like to hear more about that, because that seemed pretty wild.
I donated all the super chats from yesterday's show, plus Cape Gunworks made a donation. I'll have Max dump the link into the private chat so you can share that out. They have a GoFundMe or a GiveSendGo or something like that.
Perfect. So, and you also followed up and said this event does not involve Higgins shooting a partner, but rather responding to a suspect's attack. That's what Grok said. So we're going to look more into that about the Higgins stuff, and maybe buy the book and see what the real deal is on that Higgins incident. Did he actually shoot someone, or was he actually responding? It seems like it's in doubt, so we'll check into that. One last thing, Toby, I want to ask you. If I'm in Massachusetts and I've never had a gun permit and I want to get a handgun, what do I do? How hard is it? I've heard it's very difficult. I think people should, have, I agree. I think people should have a right, especially if they're of sober mind and they're properly trained. What's the process to get a handgun in Massachusetts right now?
Yeah, it's an extremely painful process. And I want, as I explain this, I want you to just kind of interchange the Second Amendment with any other right. The First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and just see if this is how all other rights operate. But I'll let you be the judge. But so the first thing you got to do is you got to go take a government mandated class. And you can do that at Cape Gunworks. We offer it. I profit off it. Let's put it that way. It's something I would be glad to go away from the revenue stream that comes into my shop if it happened tomorrow. But you got to go in, take a government mandated class. It used to be a 3 to 4 hour class. Now it's looking like it's going to be an 8-hour class with a live fire mandate. So the shops that offer this class are probably going to have to double the price of the class because they're going to have to staff it for a lot longer. It's probably going to be a $250 to $300 class. And ironically, after the state passed this law, they punted on the implementation of this part of it because there's no funding. It was an unfunded mandate. State police, who's tasked with coming up with the curriculum, doesn't have it. You know, they don't even know who's going to write it and whatnot. And there's a whole bunch of committees and boards, the Firearms Control Advisory Board, that is going to give guidance on all this. So they just punted for 18 months. Government doesn't have to follow the law, just you do. So you have to take this class, you have to apply online, and then you have to go to your local police department after you've applied online, appear in person, and pay another $100 to the licensing authority, and they'll take your fingerprints and your photographs and send it out to be background checked. And then anywhere from 1 to 6 months, I guess if you live in Boston, it might be as long as 9 months. They'll call you and say you either apply, you either have a license that's been issued, or you're not a suitable person and you don't get a license. With all that being said, the entire process is different from town to town to town. So some towns require that you make an appointment with the chief and sit down with him and give a reason why you want to exercise your right to keep and bear arms. Some towns don't have that requirement. You just go in and apply, and they'll say, we'll call you when it comes in. So this was like a big time eye-opening thing for a lot of people who think guns should be heavily restricted. When they came in right after COVID and they said, like, I want to get a gun. And I'm like, okay, do you have a license to carry? And they're like, a what? You need a license to carry. What's that? How do I get it? I said, well, you're a long way away from getting a gun.
See you on Saturday.
Yeah. So their eyes would open up like, oh my gosh, I got to do all that just to exercise my right to keep and bear arms. I'm like, yeah, that's where I was when I was 18 years old. So here we are, you know. So anyway, long story short, it is quite the process. But, you know, fortunately for us, there was a Supreme Court decision that came down in 2022 called the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin out of New York that put states like Massachusetts on notice and said, you got to stop with shenanigans, because we were a may issue state. Like, if we like you, we may issue you a license. But if we don't like where you live, what you look like, you know, blah, 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 we're not giving you the license. And there was a lot of that going on. So since that Supreme Court decision, the state had to rewrite the laws, which created this big brouhaha, and then they ended up doing what's known as a Bruin response bill. It's a temper tantrum by the State House that the Supreme Court's not going to tell us how we do business in our state. So they come out with a 140-page bill over regulating.
They do this every time.
Yeah.
This is what they did when we passed the cannabis legalization. They came back and said, we need to fix it.
Yeah.
Like, all they did was make it worse.
They'll fix it till it breaks every time.
Yeah, we got to break it is basically it, and then pretend we had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like Ronald Reagan said, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. You know, the scariest words you could ever hear.
Yes.
I want to thank you for being here tonight, Toby.
My pleasure.
Been eye-opening, and God bless you. Hopefully you never have any ATF, especially like Brian Higgins, coming through your shop again. And thank you for speaking out on it. It's fascinating to hear about, you know, what he was doing. Did he have any game? Because that's a big thing that comes up about his lack of game with women. I don't know if you noticed that.
There's a lot of speculation.
He was focusing on that woman because she had a boyfriend. He doesn't have he doesn't.
Could be.
He has a lack of game. Maybe that was the issue.
Who does that guy think he is? I had my eye on her. He comes in. I want that paperwork. I need her name and number. I don't know. Could be.
Yeah, could be. Like he tried to hook up with Karen too. It's like,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, crazy small world we live in.
Yeah, it is. Well, you enjoy the Cape. I wish I was there right now. You live on the Cape, I'm guessing too?
Yeah. Yep. I love it here and it's home. A lot of people always say, why do you do what you do in Massachusetts? Move to New Hampshire. You know what? I have some deep roots here, and happy to be
you
here.
like the Cape.
But yeah, I like the Cape. I like where I live.
That's
And
what I would say too. People are like, "Why would you stay in Massachusetts?" I like where I live. It's actually a nice place. Like, you know,
It is.
if you can deal with the only thing I can't deal with is the weather. When the winter, it's like, oh, do I really want to do this again? But
Yeah.
I'd probably cry if I didn't have to do it again. I love it up here, and Cape Cod's fun. Like I used to go. My family used to go to Dennisport every year for a week. That was always like the best week of the year. Like that
Nice.
was just so bougie to have a week off at a cottage. You know, it was just like it was the best. It was just I love.
I grew up in Dennis. Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You know a place called Joe Max? You remember Joe
Oh
Max?
yeah. Heck
I
yeah.
fucking love that place. We used to play the
Spent a
video
lot
games.
of time
Mike
in there.
Tyson, a lot of beers there. Yeah.
I didn't get any beers there. They closed before I was of
the
age.
food?
But food, yes, a lot of food.
Pizza.
Yeah, it was a great beach hangout after a long day at the beach. And
That's it.
And,
We used to hit because we were right on that beach. We'd walk just right there. It'd be like a 5 minute, less than 5 minute, like 2 minute walk to Joe Max. It was the
Yeah.
best. I love that place.
yeah, that's cool.
Awesome. Well, we have a lot of in common. Again, thank you so much for being here, Toby. It's great seeing you, and I'll be looking for your shows too, and definitely on Grace Curley. You said Tuesdays, I think, or was it Thursday?
Tuesday, 2A
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
Second Amendment Tuesday, yeah. I'm the last segment right before the car crossover usually, and so right around anywhere from 1:30 to 1:45. Yeah.
We will be looking for you. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for being here tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks anytime, Mike. Nice to meet
Take
you
care,
both.
Toby.
Yep. Take care.
That was Toby Leary from Cape Gunworks and Rapid Fire Radio. Mazza, I mean, you've been kind of quiet tonight.
Yeah. No, I was letting the conversation
Toby tell a
flow.
story,
Yeah.
which I thought was good.
Yeah, I'm letting Toby tell the story. I don't want to interrupt too much because it's it's a big story for him, and he's the featured guest. So I was like, I don't want to interject too much and just kind of let the conversation
You're a good
flow.
host.
Yeah,
You're better than
thank
me,
you.
actually.
Yeah,
You're-
right.
Like you are good at this. There
Oh,
are
yeah.
other people who have issues. They don't know when to stop. Apparently.
Right, yeah. It's saying my mic's a little bit loud. Let me just move my mic back a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
And then I
myself
hold
in
it
trouble.
close. I'm like, I have it here, and I'm like, let me move it back out. That
Was
way
it
it's a little
me?
bit-
Yeah, it's like too loud.
Yeah.
You're too loud. I'm too loud. I'm so tired of the people talking about how loud we are.
Yeah.
Just shut up, dude.
Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Deal with it. Deal with it.
Yeah.
So what's going on? I mean, I definitely want to talk to you about, what's been going on in court. Have you seen with Ryan Walsh and Rosemary? Did you see what's going on with Rosemary Scott?
I saw Rosemary rip into Adam Lally, and Adam Lally had the same exact energy that he had when he's doing direct and cross examinations in court. He's just kind of sitting there, and he's like, like I said the other day, he was finally on the other side of who, if anyone, and what, if anything. And that was just funny. It's just amazing how things have kind of unfolded, especially like in the past month since this trial came to an end. It's suddenly, you're starting to see just things go in a different way. And I'm just hoping the civil case for Karen, it rolls by quick. But Proctor no-showing, that was extremely notable, obviously. And I just couldn't, I'm not gonna say I couldn't believe it, but I was pretty shocked
He's
actually.
on vacation. How the hell is he on vacation?
Right.
A guy with no job is on vacation.
Right, exactly. He's on a little trip.
Yeah, and it's funny too because it's like they just had this murder trial against Karen Reed where they talked about the family, the O'Keefes, and how they cared so much. And here you got a young man who got cold-blooded murdered in front of his mother's house. And Adam Lally looked like he could give a shit.
Yeah.
Looked like Proctor couldn't give a shit. Like they couldn't even be bothered to get the warrants done. They couldn't, it's just like, why you ask me these questions?
Right. And that's the people always say, like, how can they get up there and the old adage, like in American Psycho, how can they get up there and lie like that, was one of the quotes in the movie. And directed it at the president in that movie, but of the 80s, Reagan, but not that we get political, obviously, but that was just a quote that was used where sometimes people perceive politicians and other people to be liars. And in this particular case, when you're doing the work that they do, obviously you have to just believe in whatever case it is, no matter how preposterous it is and how ridiculous it is. And that's why they're the way they are, because they are to some degree emotionless. They are non-reactionary people, and they just can get up there and just carry on a gigantic, listen to the defense get up there and state fact after fact after fact and piece of evidence after piece of evidence and expert after expert, and then get up there and go, why, if anything, and who, if anyone, is blah, 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 blah. And that was what was so, for me, through both trials, was extremely exhausting. And I think anytime anyone ever had a show where they played back what happened in trial that day, anytime you get to the Hank Brennan or Adam Lally portions, you notice your audience would start to, dissipate a little bit, because nobody wanted to listen to these guys again. And it was exhausting. It was, basically there was a blue pen per se, and the defense would get up there and say the pen is blue, like in Liar Liar, and then the prosecution would say it's red every single time when it's really blue. It was absolutely nonsensical. Even yesterday evening, I was sitting around. I'm just like, I cannot believe that this thing went 2 trials. I just, looking back a year, going through that whole trial the first time, like I said, anybody can critique the defense. Okay, the defense was even better this time. They were even more defined. They had even more developed experts. All that stuff, fine, great. But the fact is, they got it done the first time, and those verdict slips were absolutely botched. And I just never thought, this thing was going to be. I thought it was a one-time deal. Like, I'd get out the denim a couple times, take days off from work or whatever I needed to do to be out there. And I'm like, well, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And this year, I watched the whole trial. Like last year, it was like, this is going to be a one-time deal. Never even thought this would go to retrial. This year, I was like, even the night before, I'm like, this thing could possibly go to a 3rd, if not a 4th trial. And I was so on edge. And that's why I was doing so many fundraisers throughout the trial, because I was absolutely paranoid they were going to force another trial. And based on the way that judge looked when she saw that verdict slip, you could tell that she knew there was no angle she could play to force that thing. And I'll tell you, it just would. I don't know how people would have reacted. I'm not saying violently. I don't mean that.
I think it would have been ugly. That's what I was getting worried about. And honestly, I felt like that about both trials. Like, even the first trial, I was still worried that it was going to be hung. That's what I was always.
Yeah.
And the second trial, especially, I was like, it's going to be hung again. I just felt like it. Like, I was hopeful. Especially when the defense started bringing out the witnesses. That's when it started clicking for me. When Marie Russell and Lapasado and Barros and Devers too, like those 4, it was just like, okay, and now we got Arca. Now we have Arca on top of it. Like it was just like, okay, we might get this, we might win this, but because it's hard not to, because everything was stacked against Karen,
right,
with the judge in the court, and so. And the prosecutor's not going to do the right thing. We knew that.
Yeah. I know Alan Jackson's, his interview on Howie Carr, I think a day or 2 later, he was just like,
on fire.
He said, I just never seen a judge this way. And honestly, Yannetti, Jackson, all of them, they, even before the second trial went underway, they were like, I mean, there was times where Yannetti, Jackson was kind of the most cool about it. One time she goes, Mr. Jackson, you need to slow down. He goes, oh, I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll stop that. That was like the most it was basically Alan Jackson's version of sticking his middle finger up in front of the judge. Exactly. With Yannetti and Alessi during the hearings, they were in the voir dire. They were like, there was one day, David Yannetti, to his credit, he keeps it cool. He keeps it locked down. He keeps it
guy.
Right, respectable.
He's a nice North Shore boy.
Yeah,
that's what he tell you. He's just a nice North Shore boy.
He looked like he was in an evil teacher's classroom as a kid trying to prevent it. Like, I know how to do this. Okay, it was like he was just like, one morning he was just not having. I caught the replay and I was just like, man, he was obviously fired up that morning. And it was absolutely wild. Just because at what point mentally do you, if you tell somebody that A, B, C, and D alphabetically, that's the first 4 letters alphabetically. And then the court's looking at it like, I don't know if ABCD is the correct order, Mr. Yannetti. It was like that every morning. I think that F comes before B. And it's just, it was always like that every single time they went in that courtroom, where just the facts were not wrong, not right. And they would sit there and state absolute fact. This is what it is. This is how it goes legally and lawfully. This is the letter of the law. This is how it should be. And then the judge would be like, well, I don't know. And then you hear objection. And the amount of objections that she overruled against the defense was madness. I mean, it was obviously the most fixed courtroom that has ever been. I mean, maybe there have been other court cases that have been this rigged and fixed, but this was right at the top.
It's kind of form where everyone gets to see it, though. That's the difference, I think, is so many eyeballs are watching it, and it's so obvious.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think I had this comment from Laura. She said, do you all remember from prosecuting the case for little Jeffrey? I do. I remember, Yannetti, talking about Jeffrey Curley. She goes on, it was friggin' heart-wrenching. I'm probably dating myself. My girlfriend's son knew Jeffrey Curley. So, yeah, I mean, that story, the cutest little kid, too. Like, just if you see his picture, you just, oh, my God, he's so cute. He's just like, all-American little kid. How could someone do something horrible to him? Which, what they did to him was disgusting. Thank God for Yannetti. He did a great job putting those people in jail.
Yeah.
Those 2 scumbags.
It was, I'm not familiar with that case, but I've just seen his work.
Gross.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about the details.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It really upsets me what they did to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, it brings me back.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I don't like to talk about Sandra Birchmore too much. It's just like everyone's like, talk about that case. I'm like, for the longest time I wouldn't talk about it. And then, me and Mizzy talked. I had her on my show to talk about it, one night. And it's just like, I sit there and it's just like, when, things are happening to kids, things like that. It's just, I really get very uneasy about it. It really starts to, really upset me quite a bit, because I hate that sometimes I just don't want to acknowledge the reality of such crazy things like that. But, at the end of the day, you have to face it down. And the people that are perpetrating this kind of thing need to go down, obviously.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, totally.
Mike, you look like you're ready to go. You look like you're ready to hop in bed, man. It's been a long day.
No,
for you.
I'm just thinking about. I'm reading the chat. I'm talking. Was I yawning a little bit? I was.
Yeah, you get looking a little woozy, man.
But it's also I'm reading this stuff and I'm just remembering the Jeff Curley stuff. It was horrible. It was the details are. Yeah. I do want to talk about some more stuff. I am a little tired. It's true. I was up too late last night. Got up too early. Just whatever. But it's just one of the things I wanted to bring up tonight was there's been a lot going on, like you said, since Karen Reed was found not guilty. One of the things that we've been kind of focusing on and covering is the DA's race. It's district attorney's race. There's like 3 candidates against Morrissey. Juna Perkins is the one that I see as the front runner because she's raised the most. She's been on the shows the most. She's doing the most campaigning. But there's 2 other guys running now, too. One of them is going to come on Saturday night on the show. I'm just wondering if you're following it. A lot of people, I feel like in the Free Karen Reed movement, aren't happy about these candidates. I think they should be. I think that she should be fine with it. Because I feel like no matter what we should know is that Morrissey's not going to win. No matter what he does, he's losing this election, just like John Connolly lost the election. But I still feel like there's a lot of uncertainty among the Free Karen Reed people on who to back and how to feel about these candidates. I think they're all doing fine. I just think in the end, we're going to have to back one of them.
Are all the candidates...
Whoever it is. How are you feeling about it? What do you think?
Thanks, Mike. Are all the candidates from the same political party?
They're all Democrats so far.
So they're all running against, I forget her name now, but not Morrissey, the first lady that was running against them.
Juna Perkins. Yeah.
Okay. So
and
she's
the
going
other
to
2 guys. Yeah. So there's two new guys who are Democrats. The Mass GOP did just come out and told NBC Boston like yesterday that they're planning on fielding a candidate. So there should be a GOP candidate, a Republican candidate, but so far there isn't. So yeah.
So that could be a bit of an issue because the issue that might be, one of the things that's always an issue, especially when it's a lot of times to win an election, the hardest part is to actually beat your own party. And for example, a primary, that can often be. Kelly Reed's in the chat. Hi, Kelly. Hope you're doing well. I see Dan Gallagher in the chat as well. Debbie Blair, how you doing? The hardest part about politics sometimes is running against your own candidate, party, because you look at political elections, presidential elections especially. You'll have a lot of Democrats, a lot of Republicans, and there got 15 of them sitting on the stage on Fox News and CNN, all debating each other, and then they have to thin the herd. My concern about Michael Morrissey, if he still continues to run going into next year, my concern is if there's a plethora of same party candidates that are alternative to him, then it might split the anti-Morrissey vote, where people start to sit here and they're like, well, I'm going to vote against Morrissey, but I don't like her, I don't like him, and all of a sudden those votes start to get split, and the next thing you know, there's enough consistent Morrissey vote that kind of keeps him ahead of the pack. That's one of the things that can be dangerous, where a lot of times if you have like this one anti, I'll call it the establishment candidate, then you'll have the people that are sick of him vote for him, plus all the people that are, obviously, people that used to vote for him that are sick of him. And
They could easily split the vote if there's three strong anti-Morrissey campaigns versus one. Michael Morrissey, he could easily win with minority vote, but I even in this situation, I think it's very unlikely. I think it's more likely that we're going to see Juna Perkins. Like, that's what I think. Unless it's either going to be Juna or one of these two other guys that are running, and I think one of them is going to be the one that everyone's going to say, she's the strongest candidate. We're voting for her, because I think I hear this a lot. Everyone says, I don't give a shit who it is, just as long as it's not Michael Morrissey. So I think a lot of people are going to, in the end, they're going to say, who is the strongest candidate here? Who's raised the most money? Who's done the most campaign stops? Who's got the endorsements? Who's got the campaign signs out? Whoever that person is, that's who I'm going to vote for. I think a lot of people are going to end up doing that. And I think a year out, we got a year to go. I think that's going to be decided in the next 6 months. I think in the next 6 months, everyone's going to be like, okay, I feel like it's Juna Perkins. I know it's probably not fair to the other two guys because they haven't come on my show yet. I'm going to have one of them on the show this Saturday. I'll have the other one on if he wants to come on as well. But I got to say, she started earlier. She's raised the most money, and she's already getting endorsements. I feel like it's going to be her, but I could be wrong. But
I don't want to make a negative comment about her. I don't have a negative opinion. I don't really know much about her. But one of the things that was critiqued about her in a negative manner was that people thought she should have actually gotten out and shook hands with a lot of Karen Reed supporters during the trials, and maybe some of the standouts. Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think publicly, maybe on the show, and privately, I think I've asked her as well. But part of that is she's working.
I see.
It's not her full-time gig.
I see.
She runs a full-time legal office defending people. So for her, she's having a tough time. And she said
see.
Like, this is going to be the issue for her, is that she's not rich enough to just be able to campaign full-time.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I
still feel like she should have found like at least one day and gone down.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good counter argument. That's a good counter argument to that. At least, I agree. At least one day would have been good, just to kind of get out there and because it does make a difference. I mean, like when you're out there, I see you with the Young Jerk stickers all the time, and you're passing them out, and you're kind of getting even though most of the people already knew who you were for the most part, you're still kind of getting that face to face, hand to hand handshake, mentality, going. So yeah, even one day I think would have been good for her, just to kind of get, let people know, hey, look, we're fighting against Morrissey right now, and we're trying to get him out of office, and yeah, definitely.
I hope she does it for Sandra Birchmore, and the feds, the federal trial, so we'll see. Maybe she might start doing that. And if she can't do it, maybe she has a surrogate. Maybe she has someone that runs her campaign and shows up and gives some statements about it. But I agree with you. I think that's a wasted opportunity for her. No doubt. That's a good point. Very good point. And I agree with people bringing that one up. So we'll see what happens on that. I'm excited. I don't know if you saw Rita Lombardi yesterday. I think it was 2 nights ago, Tuesday night. She's now praising the new police chief, which I thought was interesting. I kind of agree. I mean, I'm looking at this new police chief. I am kind of like going, wow, maybe they got someone good here. He looks like he might be someone that doesn't take a lot of crap from the fact that he resigned from his last position,
Yeah.
but and told people why he was a whistleblower on it. And apparently, one of the things on Facebook that Rita posted, the reason why she's supporting this new Canton police chief and she's excited about him is the first thing that he did was remove the mirrored glass in the police lobby that a lot of
Okay.
citizens did not like. So he
Yeah.
actually listened to the citizens and actually made action that maybe some of his his employees don't like, but the public wanted it. He immediately did that. So I think
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. What do you think? Do you think there's any hope in the town of Canton right now? It seems like there
Well,
might be.
yeah, this guy, from what I heard about him, has a kind of an anti-corruption, kind of strong-willed enforcement mentality. And I think with anybody, it's always good to get excited when you have an alternative person taking over a power position. But what I'm looking to see is his first 6 months. Is he going to clean house in any way? Is he going to disable anyone that is enabled with power in the town of Canton, and kind of seeing how his first 6 months goes? Because a lot of times, people can be excited early on, but maybe not, in 6 months. Does that sustain? Does that, or does that not sustain? So I think this guy's going to end up being, I'd say there's a 70% chance or above he's going to be what we all hope for. And that goes to show you a lot of things for the town of Canton. These people had really, really fought. This was, for the folks of Canton, this wasn't just a Karen Reed case. This was about the town of Canton and a lot of divisiveness in that town with viewpoints, and a big battle against the chief of police that would go to town meetings and really preach her thoughts that were counterintuitive to what we all thought our opinions were of her. And at the end of the day, the business that went on in Canton always seemed to favor people that were on one side and were very much levied against the others. We saw what happened to Dennis and Brenda Sweeney and Rita Lombardi's properties last summer. They were basically being terrorized on a domestic level. And not much was ever done. Not much was ever looked into that. And that's a very big cause for concern when you have residents, in a situation like that. And just the power and the way things went. I mean, you had a guy, investigated like he had, basically been Lee Harvey Oswald for dropping ducks with messages all over town. It was just an egregious effort in certain manners that were targeting certain citizens for whatnot, and just placing citizens in situations where they had to defend themselves in court, and hire attorneys for that. And it was very much a very, as crazy as the whole thing was with the Karen Reed case and the freedom for all that, a lot of times just seeing the way abuse of power went on in the state, whether that was against Turtle Boy or against the Canton Nine or against Rich Schiffer, was very, very intense to witness in real time. And when those people are trying to say, well, we're not corrupt. No, we didn't frame Karen Reed. But then you're kind of seeing them enable themselves and use their power in such a means that really is shutting down people with pro Karen Reed voices. All it really does is alert more people to the fact that, well, look at what you're doing in plain sight. You're kind of really, especially when you're sending the Canton Nine and you're sending Rich Schiffer into court, and then they're all walking out of there a couple months later, charges dismissed, case dismissed, left and right. It just
7 pages on it. Yeah, like
right.
how many
Yeah.
pages they investigated? They pulled out the cameras off the poles. They did
Right.
all kinds of crazy
Oh, yeah.
stuff, like he was Al Qaeda.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And I think you make a good point about the police chief too. Like,
Yeah.
he can have the right intent. He can be perfect for this, but he might fail. Like,
Yeah.
if his police department totally rebels against him,
Yeah.
he might not be effective. Sometimes
He-
even people who have the right intent, it doesn't work out. So we'll see. In 6 months, I
Yeah.
agree. 6 months to a year. And someone asked, Denise says, isn't he temporary? Yes, he is just temporary. He's until they find someone permanently. Maybe he is the guy. Who knows? They might
Yeah.
actually pick him. So that happens a lot of times. But he is temporary for now, which is probably a good thing. I think that they want to wait and see who they can find the best person for the job. So I think
Yeah.
wait and see is good. Um, Allison also said she could show for the Turtle Boy hearing, talking about Juna Perkins. I agree. or any of the other candidates. There's not just Juna either. There's Craig
Right.
McClellan,
Great point.
and then you got Jim Bearcat, who's going to be on the show. He's a public defender right now. He's going to be on the show Saturday. So I'm looking forward to speaking with him on Saturday. I hope everyone comes back and checks him out and asks some questions and shows up for that as well on Saturday night. But I think all of them, they all should show up. You know, why wouldn't they? So we'll see. What else? There's been some other stuff going on too. Anything else you want to talk about, Mazza, tonight?
Oh man, Hulk Hogan, Ozzy Osbourne.
Hulk Hogan. Oh boy.
You know, Theo Huxtable himself. You know, Malcolm passed away, and it's been a wild week for celebrity deaths.
It's sad. I think for Malcolm, I'm sad about. Definitely Ozzy. I like the Ozzy.
Yeah.
But not so much on Hulk Hogan. I'm just
like,
yeah. I mean, I like the character growing up, but I mean, I don't know.
Other aspects
I didn't like.
Well, that's the big talk
mixed
today.
Bag on him.
Well, that's the talk on him is that the divisiveness comes up because of the tape leak and the comments that were made, which really,
even beyond those comments too, like that's a big one. The tape leak, you know, what people he said some racial epithets. That's a big thing, but that's not the big thing for me. The big thing is what he did to Jesse Ventura. Do you know about that?
No, what happened?
And what he did to the workers. This is what kills me. Like, you know, when Hulk Hogan was at his peak, Jesse Ventura was in the WWE as well.
Yes.
And if you look at what's happened, and it's kind of karma, if you look back too, like, you know, because Hulk just died at what, age 71? Not an old age.
Yeah.
All these wrestlers, how many wrestlers have died at young ages? Why do they die at a young age? Because Vince McMahon would put them on the road for 350 nights a year. Sometimes they'd be doing 2 shows a day. They'd be spending every single weekend traveling to the next place, driving. These guys are on the road all the time. And what's on the road? Drugs, alcohol, depression, time away from your family, infidelity, broken families, all that stuff, right? And then you add the concussions and the injuries, and these guys still can performing. They need a union, like they need a union. And Jesse was like, "We're gonna unionize." He started talking to some of the wrestlers. One of the first wrestlers he talked to was Hulk Hogan, because Hulk was the big star.
Yeah.
What did Hulk do? He immediately went to the owner, Vince McMahon, and ratted out Jesse. Jesse got fired. That was the end.
Yeah.
So forevermore for me, Hulk Hogan is a scab to his own people. Like that is just such rat behavior, especially when he was the guy that had the most power. He was the guy that could have actually done something the most. And instead of rallying around and saying, "Hey, you guys, I want you guys to get treated well," he shat on them for himself.
Ironically, though, he ended up turning on Vince in '93 during the steroid scandal and ended up testifying against him in court. But it was
it shows you how much of a rat he really is too. Like
I know.
He's kind of a shifty character.
Well, he always was. He was always a politician. You know, he always kind of angled himself to be at the top of the business.
Always out for himself. Always out for himself. I mean, that's it. That's what I don't like about him. It's like, dude, if there's one time you should stick by your people, it's when you're all wrestlers and you're getting screwed. Like, and now decades later, you know what finally changed in the WWE? What finally changed is that AEW came along.
Oh, right. Yep.
And said, we're going to give you guys a much easier schedule. And all the big stars started moving from WWE and said, we'll take less money. We'll take less money if we have a schedule where we can actually
I think you're thinking of WCW, Mike.
No, it was AEW.
What happened in
AEW definitely made a stand on this more than anyone else. WCW might have back in the day as well.
Yeah.
But more recently, AEW was the one who, because now WWE has really kind of lightened up the scale.
Yeah.
Vince is obviously out as well.
Right.
But it shouldn't have taken that many years. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why is because of what that jerk Hulk Hogan did to his fellow coworkers. So
Vince had a lot of issues too.
Vince was a dick.
Yeah, he was. He was always.
He was a genius, and all that. And he did
the
a lot
most
of good for people, but
the biggest moment that really kind of was egg on his face is when he did the tribute show to Chris Benoit in 2007, and the next morning they found out that he had actually killed his wife and kids and killed himself. So they had to ban the episode. He had to go on the air the next night on ECW and put an apology. It was just like, dude, you got to wait for the facts to come out, and you just can't. Now, obviously, hindsight's 2020, and maybe they didn't know how to handle it, but with Owen Hart, Eddie,
I'd say that's karma for him because
it was.
Guess what happened to Benoit? Guess what? Most likely,
Right.
I mean, everyone said anyone that had been around that guy, they
Right.
said he was the nicest guy, and
He
all of a
was,
sudden he changed. Why did he change? Look at his brain. Look at his brain. Like if I've been around concussions. I know it changes people's personalities. Their whole personalities can change from these concussions. So there you go. Why they should have had a union, So
I know that Benoit, this happened to Daniel Bryan too. He was using that flying headbutt, and he got injured at King of the Ring 2001. It was a triple threat, Jericho and Stone Cold, and he was out for like a year. And those neck injury, a lot of times those flying headbutts. And sure enough, Daniel Bryan, a decade later, was starting to use that himself, and he was really at the top of the business, and he was double champion coming out of WrestleMania. And a month later, he's out for a year using that flying headbutt. I just said, you shouldn't do that move after what happened to Benoit. I was shocked they were actually letting anybody else do that after that because of what happened to Benoit. I'm like, obviously, I do think it was a combination of stimulants, steroids, things like that as well, on top of the brain damage, and it all became basically a perfect storm. And then, he did what he did. He had a moment where my guess is probably he had a moment where he had an outburst and went completely out of his own mind. And then at some point he must have had must have come out of it, and must have been like, what did I do? And I probably just killed him. That must explain why the Bibles were there.
Sometimes, I don't know if you come out of it. You think
I'll
everyone needs to go, including yourself, I that's what I think happened. But, the thing about that whole thing too, like, one of my friends used to be in the radio business, and I was dog sitting in his nice, beautiful house he has, right? And on the third floor, he had all his radio memorabilia. He's got a lot of stuff, a lot of like impressive shit. And one of the things he had was a chair, one of those metal chairs from the WWE, and it was signed by Benoit.
Oh, no kidding.
It was a chair that got smashed over his head.
Yeah.
And this guy was known for friggin' taking the chair shots over the head over and over and over again. Like,
wow.
I just can't imagine. Like, that's why they needed a union. So
it was hardcore stuff back then, 25 years ago. 25 years ago was a whole different industry. Now it's a chair shot.
Think about the NFL players. All these NFL players always get in trouble for assaulting their wives and kids.
Oh, yeah. Ray Rice, the elevator assault.
People want to say steroids. It's not steroids. It's CTE. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Look into it. Look into it. I had a concussion. I've had several concussions. I know that. And
oh, wow.
I felt one of them. I was like, wow, like this is what depression feels like. Yeah. And I never realized it until years later. Like, I was like, holy shit, that was from the concussion. When I got the concussion, they always are like, just make sure your roommate checks and make sure you're breathing in the middle of the night. That's all they were worried about, is that you would stop breathing in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Oh,
they never said you might get depressed. You might get whacked in the head.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. I got depressed. I felt like I'm 19 years old, and I'm like, why the hell am I depressed in college? Like, this is the first time I've ever.
Wow.
It was that concussion.
Yeah.
So
wow.
That's what that shit does to you. So that's why I don't really like Hogan.
Yeah, there you go. I was getting ready to hail the guy. I'm like, he was such a great wrestler.
You can say all the good stuff. Now I've sat on Hogan for 20 minutes.
Yeah, no, for me as a kid, like, you don't understand the realities behind the scenes when you're a kid. You just look at him like Santa Claus. He's this big hero and out there, dropping leg drops and slamming people all over the place. And that's the childhood I had. Me, it was, I watched a lot of things, obviously, but wrestling was a part of it. A lot of kids back then, Ghostbusters, Ninja Turtles, RoboCop, all the good stuff. Predator, Terminator. I was allowed to watch all that stuff at a young age, but I loved all the action movies, sports, all that stuff. Chicago Bulls, Lakers, Celtics, watching all of them compete, baseball players. But the wrestling was always like on Saturday mornings. That was always the thing. Watching Macho Man, Warrior, Piper, Hogan, all those guys.
I love Piper. Randy
Piper was amazing.
Piper.
Yeah,
he's the best mic guy ever.
Yeah.
I am a real American.
Yeah. That theme song was legendary. Right. Yeah.
That was a good song.
I remember asking my parents.
Did have a good, he'd always come running in.
Yeah. coming out WrestleMania 4 to help out. Miss Elizabeth goes backstage to get Hogan to help out Macho Man against Andre and Ted DiBiase. And then he comes running out. Yeah. Yeah.
The $1 million man.
He was amazing. People forget, like he's one of those wrestlers that people forget was world champion caliber. I mean, there's a lot of guys back then in the 80s that were world champion caliber. Piper, Jake the Snake, Mr. Perfect. You know, they were all guys that were world champion caliber performers, and they never really got, you know, their shine, you know, because of just the way the industry was back then. Yeah, Jim Duggan, Sergeant Slaughter was another. I actually like Slaughter and Duggan when they were a tag team together later in Slaughter's career, but yeah, it was great times. I remember my parents got me WrestleMania 8 on pay-per-view. You know, it was Flair versus Macho Man and Hogan versus Sid Justice and Piper versus Bret Hart. And it was a pretty solid show. It wasn't great, but it was a solid show. And I remember thinking this Sid Justice guy, I don't know who he was at the time, but I'm like, Hogan's going to get killed, but I need to watch this pay-per-view. So I asked my parents, hey, can you buy this for me? And they're like, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And I remember Macho Man Flair just tearing that show down. And Piper Bret that night was unbelievable as well. It was incredible. Both those matches were phenomenal that night. Yeah.
The Macho Man proposing to Elizabeth.
He's like, will you marry me? She's like, oh, yeah. I remember that clip. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what was funny was they had the wedding shower, whatever it was, and Jake the Snake and Undertaker crashed the thing. And they had Damien, I think, the snake.
The snake.
And she opens up the gift, and there's a snake in it. Oh, that was so funny.
My mother once waited on Jake the Snake.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, he was wasted. That was when he was
drunk. I bet.
He wrote an autograph for us on a paper napkin for the kids and we couldn't even. We were like,
no.
What?
Yeah, he had a tough time in life.
It was illegible.
Yeah. It's a miracle he's still alive after all the things he did to him, including the attempted suicide.
Guys, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Iron Sheik, that's another one right there. Oh, yeah.
Iron Sheik, I love that guy. Yeah. He's hilarious. He was
Heart Foundation. The Rockers. You got the Rockers, Demolition, LOD, Bushwhackers.
This movie, too. You ever see this movie?
Oh, I know all about that movie. It's one of my all-time favorites.
Movie.
Yeah.
John Carpenter. Yeah.
Yep. It's a legendary movie.
Roddy Piper. There was some other wrestlers in it, too. I can't remember who now, but.
You know who was in that movie, actually? It was Tommy the Machine Gun from Rocky V. Tommy Morrison had a cameo during remember the meeting towards the end of the movie where the underground resistance has the meeting? And he's like, Dave here works at KRDA.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he thinks the signal is coming from the rooftop. That was him. He's younger in it, but I noticed it one time. Like, that looks like him, yeah. But KRDA was not clear. The signal was not glowing out clean. It was cable 54 the whole time. So
there you go.
Yeah. Classic
Lou Albano. Remember him with Cindy
Lou
Lauper?
Albano? Super Mario? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember more Super Mario. He was a little bit before my time. The mid-'80s were a little too early for me in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Papa Shango. I remember Papa Shango. He went on to become the Godfather. Yep, I remember him. Undertaker, all-time great. Yeah, classics. Fun stuff.
How about Bray Wyatt? Dying?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I remember him.
These guys dying so young. It's that's what kills me.
Oh, yeah. Yep, absolutely.
They need much better protections. They do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's been an industry that's had more. I mean, they looked at WrestleMania 7 about 10 years ago, I think it was, or 12 years ago. And they said the amount of guys from WrestleMania 7 that were already dead by like 2012, 2014 was astronomical. And, obviously that number is increasing. And I mean, now
it makes the NFL look like a long longevity.
Yeah.
Like when when you beat the NFL and amount of players who are dead, like that's pretty.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yeah, we've discussed all that tonight. We've got it out. We've both praised and hated on Hulk Hogan.
That's right. Differing viewpoints.
And we didn't even discuss any of the politics about it because that's another reason why.
Right, I know. I figured that. I left that alone. Coco, it's Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
That I don't even care about.
Yeah.
All I care about is he was a scab to his fellow workers.
Andre the Giant.
Don't be that guy. Don't be a scab.
Yeah. Yeah. Andre the
Especially
Giant.
Especially when all your fellow wrestlers are dying, like Mazza said. By the time, you're 29 and you're dying.
Right. Oh, yeah.
From your job.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's for sure. That is for sure.
So
Yep.
anything else about Karen Reed or any of the civil stuff or anything? Any court?
Nothing,
Anything you want to talk
nothing
about?
new, nothing new on that. I know the O'Keefe family are seeking at least $50,000 minimum in damages, so it'll be interesting. I checked the. I didn't realize the Karen Reed Defense Fund site was down. It's been
Oh
removed.
yeah, it's gone.
So
They took it down.
it's not going to Jackson's agency anymore. So they gotta. I imagine they're probably going to put something up if the civil suit gets really going there. But Karen's going to be in a great place ultimately, which is great. The worst circumstances of this are behind her now. Which is what, like I said, the first thing we had to do is just get her freed from these charges and then worry about the rest afterwards. So the worst part's over. Now it's the quieter civil suits, the civil cases, all that stuff. And I think even anti-Karen Reed's starting to die down on Twitter, at least from my observations, at least a bit. A lot of them have kind of gone into protective shells now, and they're still out there, obviously. I still block them from time to time. I think just the other day I had to block a troll or two, but it's just things I'm just not going to miss. I really did not. I'm always all for people having differing views. I truly am. Like, if people disagree, fine. But it was just that hostile activity all the time. This is why, I got away from talking about politics on the internet 10 years ago, because I just got sick and tired of the back and forth arguing all the time. And then people just aren't going to come to the middle on it. But with this, I'm like, I didn't really get into it with a lot of anti-Karen readers. I just blocked them all the time.
Not in good faith. It's just not in good faith. None of them
there were
good.
Yeah, there were times I did get into it, like, momentarily, and I said, what are you doing? I delete my post and just block them. Like, stop it. Don't even delete your response and block them. Stop it,
No, it's not in good faith.
Yeah. But I had
squawking. They really are mentally ill. It's like, dude, you lost. You lost.
Yeah,
Everything's done. Give me a break.
Right. And the thing is, too, is they can't just say, like, one jury was whatever, because two juries agreed that they couldn't put her behind bars and mark her guilty. So the argument, but not only were we always right, and honestly, in this debate, like politics, for example, right? You talk about politics, Republicans, Democrats. I always say this about people, and I always say this when it comes down to those arguments. I always say, look, it's not about who's right, who's wrong. It's about what your belief system is. And based on your belief system and how you perceive things, that's how you vote, right? And that's kind of always looked at politics. So when people are saying, like, oh, this party are idiots or all these party are idiots, it's like, well, really, it's about your belief system. If you have these viewpoints, you're going to vote a certain way and you're not going to waver most of the time, right? That's kind of how I view politics in our country. With this, it's like, well, it's either you believe she did it or she didn't. Well, in this particular case, it's not a matter of preference. It's not a matter of, well, I believe she's innocent. Well, I mean, realistically, I believe she's innocent. But realistically, my belief system does not have anything to do with the facts and the evidence. And when you measure and examine it, your analysis should show you that she's not guilty based on all of that. And thinking she's guilty is preposterous. And that's just how I look at it. You look at the experts, ARCA.
That's right.
All of them that went out there.
Conclusive.
Right, it's conclusive. You look at the prosecution's individuals. They got weak arguments. They make no sense. They had so many expert witnesses from the first trial, like Trooper Paul, that they didn't even bring back. And meanwhile, the defense had so many more people out there this particular time, and were able to say things. So it's like I said, it's not really a matter of us believing in Karen Reed's innocence. That, you can believe all you want, but the cold hard facts here, what changes this from other situations that usually people debate on, this is not about personal preference. This is not about your belief system. This is that when you analyze this analytically, without prejudice, without opinion, observationally, Karen Reed's factually innocent. And that's kind of how I look at that whole situation, is like, that's just it. The evidence is in her favor. And when you had jurors and they asked these jurors in their post-trial interviews, well, do you believe that, Karen Reed was innocent beyond a reasonable doubt? Like, yeah, I mean, this woman was obviously framed, they're telling us, and juror 1 and juror 11 were very vocal about that in interviews or online.
They wanted the FBI to look into it.
Yeah.
Juror 1
said
that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. It's and it's just, you look at these facts and evidence, and that's exactly what took me.
That's why they all went after them. That's why they attacked them all, because it was so devastating to what they've been defending
absolutely.
for the last 2 years.
Absolutely. And
I love it. I love it. Like Kevin's book. How's Kevin's book doing?
I don't even know. He was, I don't want to rip the guy, but I will. He tried to present like the centralized analytical viewpoint, but the problem is that if you look at something through a microscope, but your microscope lens is not clean and it is not focused, then you're not truly going to see what is really there. And that's always been my opinion of him. And I don't say that to insult him as much as I do to critique him analytically. Is that I just don't feel like I feel like he wants to take that intellectual measured approach and present himself like logic and all that. But like I said, when you're looking through something with a microscope and your lens is fuzzy and you're not focused, then how can you really observationally determine what you're looking at and identifying things? That's,
Two is like, look how close he is to the main characters, like
yeah,
Chris Albert and the Proctors. Like that's one thing I did.
yeah,
I purposely didn't get too close to Karen Reed. Unlike a lot of other people out there,
yeah.
apparently. I kept a distance from Karen Reed. Like I don't
I
talk to
yeah,
her. I don't. I never did because I
yeah,
didn't want to. I know how this goes. I've covered stories before. You get invested. You get
yeah,
attached. You personally get connected. I
mm,
didn't want to get personally connected like that with her. I just
yeah,
wanted to do the right thing and support what was right
yeah.
and not be influenced by personal relationship with her. So I kept it. And look at Kevin. What did Kevin do? He became friends with all of them. And I know that for a fact. So he's so full of shit. He has no integrity. He's and then look at what he did with Kate Peter. Like you want to act all high and mighty. Your buddy is Kate Peter. She's on your show.
Yeah.
Like give me a break, dude. You have no like he has no leg to stand on. He is one of the
Yeah.
shadiest individuals out there. And I'm not afraid to say it, and I don't hate Kevin. I don't. Out of all of them, he's the one I find least offensive, honestly. But he's shady. Like I wouldn't trust him. He's just
Yeah.
he's a grifter. He is a true grifter. Actually, he is the grifter. Out of all of
Well,
them, he is the
well,
grifter.
well, he's looked at too, and again, whether he disagrees or not, that's his opinion. And again, I say that, he was originally a Karen Reed supporter, not a supporter, but he believed in her innocence up till a point. And Aiden Kearney,
Until Aiden made him cry.
right, until that situation happened, then he suddenly flipped. I mean, that was kind of my argument for a lot of people that were anti Karen Reed was I felt that I think one of the most difficult aspects of this was that so many people, because Aiden broke this case, and there were people that just didn't like Aiden out there because of the job he did, and a lot of times he would just expose individuals that all the time, I should say, that really had it coming, and these people had vendettas against him, and would come out and take it out. Like if I was defending Turtle Boy, boom, they're on me, like boom, they're coming after me, they're attacking all, it was just insane. But the issue I had with those folks was if you don't like Turtle Boy, you don't like me, you don't like whatever individually. Okay, fine. Like if you don't like us as individuals or anybody else, whoever, if you don't like us individually, I get it. Not everybody's universally liked. I get it. I totally understand. The problem was that a lot of them were imposing their viewpoint on the Karen Reed case based on doing that in opposition to Aiden, which is what I don't respect. Is that okay? Well, you don't. It's like Aiden said at one time. Aiden goes, he said it on a show one time. He goes, if I were to go on my show and say Karen Reed's guilty, they would all flip. And that's how preposterous these people were. A lot of these people
specifically.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing about Kevin specifically.
Yeah.
Like I'll single him out of all them.
Yeah.
He didn't want it. Like he's a guy that wants to be number one. And here's Aiden, who is the leader of Free Karen Reed.
Right.
Like when I jumped on this, I was always like, I'll be the best supporting guy I can be. Like I'll be, how there's like a supporting actor, male supporting actor in a movie. I want to do that role. Like I'll be the supporter, number one supporter. But I'm not trying to be the leading man.
Mm.
I look at Kevin as someone who wants to always be the leading man. He can't be a supporting character in the story. He had to be the leader. And that's what I think was Kevin's issue.
Lex
When I look
Luthor
at Kevin
complex.
specifically, is that he couldn't deal with Aiden and Aiden
Yeah.
calling him out. He couldn't deal with it.
Yeah.
He couldn't deal with being number
Yeah.
2. You know.
It's like General Zod and Lex Luthor in the Superman movies. They don't like Jor-El, they don't like Superman. They got a big complex, and you know it just drives them. That's what drives them at the end of the day, and it's really too bad. You know, I think that one of the most important parts about looking at anything like this is to just look at it with your own belief system, and not that's a contradiction. To look at it analytically in a way that is not affected by your belief system, and again, looking at things with logic. And logic will tell you Karen Reed didn't do it, and that's just how I look at this. And that's the argument. Like I said, there was way too many people out there that had fake accounts on X, and they didn't like Aiden, you know. And so Aiden's doing this great job with Karen Reed, and now they want to infect the Karen Reed world and just try to be all over the internet calling her Killer Karen and all this stuff. And it's like, folks, no, it's you know. Love Aiden or hate him, it doesn't change. You know, truth is still truth, regardless of whomever is delivering that information, regardless of whether or not you think high or low of them. And Aiden was on the right side of this, and I think Microdot said this one time too. It's great to be on the right side of history, which Aiden was, and which everyone that was Karen Reed was. There was not.
It sure is. It feels good. It feels damn good. And you know what, Kev? I'm sorry you chose wrong again. And you look at. Do you have any final thoughts today, Mazza?
Yeah.
Let's move on from these fucking trolls.
You got it. It's all right. You look at the T-shirts that were out there, the final days throughout that whole jury deliberation. They weren't wearing blue shirts. I wear my blue shirt proud, but my blue shirt just a blue shirt. But I obviously want justice for John O'Keefe just as much as anybody, and I think maybe we should wear blue shirts too because we do want justice for John O'Keefe. I think sometimes the ideology became anti-Karen Reed, but other than that. You know, at the end of the day, the pink shirts outweighed the blue shirts out there. And if a lot of folks believed in Karen Reed's guilt to the level that they did, where were the passionate blue shirts out there day after day supporting, you know, trying to get a conviction on Karen Reed? They just simply did not show up in person. And that was the power of the Karen Reed movement, was that it transcended people just sitting in their homes, they're sitting on their phones, they're sitting on their computers, they're sitting on their couch watching television. And you now had people that actually got out there, threw on pink shirts, held signs, you know, got out there. Scott McGinnis is in the chat. Scott McGinnis was one of the people that was there every day. And, you know, for a lot of those days, there was a reasonable number. But those later days, it just showed you all the people that were, you know, wanted to be out there for the grand finale, you know, and it was the ultimate finale from everything that was done with the buffer zone and, you know, being amended and then the people being able to be out there in the streets. And I thought the police did a great job. You know, we've criticized the police, but I thought they did a great job allowing half that road to be filled with Karen Reed supporters out there. So it was a little more of a comfortable situation for everybody. And it was the epic ending. And really my only regret in life is that I didn't have the time or the availability to be out there. And it'll be one of the most sad things of my entire life that after all the time I spent, a lot of us spent, we didn't get to be out there sharing in those moments. But I say this, God bless everybody that got to be out there. I'm so happy for all of them, everyone getting to experience that. And I think Karen, to some degree, I don't think she knew how to handle that situation walking out of court, because after all these years, you know, it was her first moments as a free woman. And I think it was kind of just a shock. It's like when the Red Sox beat the Yankees in the American League Championship, or the Patriots won the Super Bowl for the first time. It's like, what do you mean the Red Sox beat the Yankees? What do you mean the Patriots won the Super Bowl? You know, it was kind of like that probably for her in a way. I was like, whoa, I'm a free woman and I don't know what to say. And, you know, all the cheering outside and all the work, but it all came together, and, you know, everybody put in the work, and I don't care what people did from the top, to the most effort, to the least effort, you know, everyone made a difference in this thing. And it was power of the people that made a difference in our state. It was a wonderful thing. I was blessed to do shows. I was blessed to be on a lot of shows. I was blessed to win an award on your show, Mike, presented by you. It was a fan viewership vote. Absolutely honored by that. It was a great achievement. It is sometimes a different feeling. I'll close here, to wake up every day. And I think I forgot who I was talking to. I was a fellow Karen Reed supporter recently, but I said a lot of times I feel a change in my identity, because Mazza Media has been all about freeing Karen for the longest time and raising money for Karen for the longest time. And now all of a sudden it's like, sometimes I'll sit here and I'm like, you should probably do a fundraiser. I'm like, wait a second, I don't have to do a fundraiser. It's kind of like when you're you get out of school for the year. I'll never forget getting out of school for the year or college for the year. And all of a sudden, like a week later, after you're done school, you have like a dream. And you'd be like, I got to make sure I pass my test or turn my paper in or whatever. And I threw my notebook away the other day, and it's like, no,
I swear to God, I still have those dreams.
Yeah.
I wake up and I'm like, I'm not going to graduate. And I'm like, hold on, I graduated.
Yeah, right,
graduated
exactly.
twice.
Yeah.
High school and college.
It's the funniest thing.
It's been like that. It's that kind of ride. I'm glad it's over.
Yeah.
It feels good. It feels good that we like you said, we're on the right side of history.
Yeah.
We threw down. We raised money. We spent all those nights, and it feels good to help someone like that. And I'm enjoying doing the show now and covering some different topics. And it's just fun to have kind of more of a relaxing summer. What I'm interested in. The final thought tonight is like, when do you think we'll see Karen again?
Oof, I don't know. I know if I was in her shoes,
anywhere.
I know if I was her and her family, it's vacation time through Labor Day. It's just goodbye, see you later. And it's nothing personal. Like a lot of people said a lot of times in action, Karen Reed's not going to be your best friend after this. And a lot of people said, she's not going to date you.
She wasn't my best friend during this.
Right.
I mean, I know she appreciated what we were doing, raising her money.
Right.
But like, it's not like I used to hang out with her or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I said, I kept my distance on purposely.
Right.
So
yeah. Some guy said to me,
I'm sure like Karen has tons of friends before this. We all have tons of
oh yeah.
I've got friends that I need to catch up on, like from before Karen Reed, that are like, where's Mike? Like I haven't seen Mike in a while. Like
I went through that too.
I mean, that's more the reality of life here for us adults. It's not about like, is Karen going to talk to us anymore? It's more about like, hey, maybe we should catch up with our friends that we kind of ignored for the last couple of years, because our real friends that have been friends for a long time, because we've been so invested in this.
I was always the sports guy in my social circles. I'm known as like the expert on sports, always been that way, and not the greatest expert, but a expert, I should say. And my friends would always ask me, like, what's the latest thing going on in sports? And I'd be like, I can tell you about the Karen Reed case. Do you want me to talk about the Karen Reed case? I can tell you all about that. I just never, people just weren't used to that for me because they were so used to me talking.
It's like
sports.
me in politics, man.
Yeah.
Like you've heard people bring up some politics shit on the show, and I'm like, I don't even know.
Yeah.
I have no clue. And I used to be like known as a politics guy, a guy that knew a lot about what was going on. I lost track of everything. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on in Boston anymore.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I used to follow political debates, like especially elections. I love like the math, the electoral votes, I love all of that stuff, right? I'm a hobbyist with that. This past election, I was just like barely following it. I was just breezing by it. I was like, I just never really got caught up in like the whole feel of it like I usually do. It was just like, I don't know, but Karen Reed, we got to free her. I got to, we got Karen Reed stuff. We got an event this weekend, or we got a standout this weekend, or we got a show this weekend.
A fundraiser. We're doing another fundraiser. Got to make sure people give money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mail out more stickers. I mean, I don't know how many. I must have sent out like. I went through boxes. I had like a couple boxes, like of 100. You get those envelope boxes, 100 envelopes. Right. I went through a few of those. Like that's how, and I'd write out the envelopes. I'd mail out the stickers to people that donated. And I gotta say, if anyone didn't get their stickers from me, hit me up, email me, because I have a feeling that a couple people. I was trying to do my best with that. That was hard to keep up with. Every time I did a show, a fundraiser, mail out those stickers. That was a good one. It was fun to do. It was fun, but it was we were into it. So. I appreciate what you did, Mazza. I appreciate you being here tonight.
Likewise.
Final thoughts. Promote yourself. What you have any shows upcoming? Anything going on? What do you have? Final thoughts.
I have nothing coming up for shows. I don't even know when my next show is. Actually, you know what? I got BLT. They call them LTL Media's show August 3rd. We got an event in studio going on there with guests for the first time. I know I'm doing that, and then. Other than that, I just been trying to exercise a lot when I can and work out, eat well the past couple of weeks and relax and really just kind of using a lot of time to calm down from just this whole case. Like, everyone's telling me I'm so much more relaxed now. I'm not as fired up about things. I'm not on as edge anymore as I used to. I was really on edge during that trial, more than I think I realized. It happened during the first trial too. I remember I actually broke out one day. I kept getting like acne during the first trial, and everyone's like, I think you're nervous. And that's exactly what it was. And that just went away. But I'm very relaxed. I'm enjoying summer. I'm really enjoying summer right now. It's been a great summer so far, and I got a lot of yard work to catch up on too soon. So I got the lawn's due to be mowed again and weed whacked and all that stuff. And I got some chainsawing I got to do, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing great. I'm happy to see you, man. And I might do a pop-up show this week. I never know what I'm talking about anymore now. It's like I used to have like 5 or 6 things.
Thing, right?
Yeah, it's like, what am I talking about now? The incident that Turtle Boy talked about out of Connecticut with Sean Paul Reyes has really caught my eye, though. That really is interesting what happened with the cops down there in Connecticut, the state police. That's a really wild story. It's very much like Turtle Boy's case, quite a bit.
Yeah.
So
there's also the stuff going on in North Andover police officer. I don't know if you've been following Kelsey Fitzsimmons. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, they shot her. I mean, it's a weird incident with a North Andover police officer got shot by her own department.
Yeah, wow.
On a wellness check, and she just had a baby, and it's a wild situation, that one. Tim Bradle's representing her. I'm interested in seeing where that one goes, because they've charged her. They shot her and then they charged her, which I think is wild. I don't expect those charges to go anywhere. We'll see. That's going to be an interesting one to see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's also Bradle's also representing a family of a guy who got killed in Haverhill by some police or a police intervention. That's interesting as well.
Jeez.
And then you got the Sandra Birchmore stuff going on too. That's ongoing. And Aiden Turtle Boy will be covering that for sure.
Yeah.
So there is some stuff. I like covering the local. We'll see what happens. But I appreciate you being here, Mazza.
Thank you.
Anything you need, anything you want to come on the show, just hit me up.
You got it, man. We'll be in touch. We'll do another show at some point in the next 30 days. If you got any special events, let me know too.
We need to get together for some wings or some Kowloon again or something.
Yeah. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I'd love to do that. I still
have Bettero's award. He's the only one
that didn't
get the award. I got to get to him.
I'm glad I let you know that I was going to be in Dedham that day. I'm like, first thing I thought, I'm going to Dedham. I better let Mike know. And then we coordinated that because that was sitting in your trophy case for a long time. Like, I get rid of this thing.
It was good to get rid of it. It was good to get rid of it. One last thing.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, we'll talk soon. Thank you so much for being here, Mazza. I'm going to end the show. You know what I'm going back to? We're going to go back to Higgins. We're going to go back to the beginning when Higgins testified in Karen Reed. I figured, why not? We did a show on Higgins tonight. He's the star. Why not close the show and go back to when Higgins testified before the court in the Karen Reed trial 1.0 with the first trial, not the retrial, the first trial. Let's go back. Let's just go back to when Higgins was on the stand, and we'll check it out. We'll close the show with this. Why not? And you know how I do it. I'll probably come back and say goodnight, but I like to just. Let's go back to Higgins.
As a matter of fact, you reached
so much more fun to watch it now when it's over.
Prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you.
I'm gonna raise the volume a little bit.
Stranger, not once but twice. Before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
Before I do that, I want to just note a couple things. Saturday, I said we're going to be live. 6 p.m. We got a DA candidate going to be on the show. Make sure you're here. Make sure you follow, subscribe if you haven't. We're almost at 60,000 subs. I'd like to hit it tonight. I think we're 100 away. So if you can, please subscribe. Help us get to 60,000. Invite some of your friends. Mrs. K says, Mike, thank you for having Tim Bradle. Let me say it again. Mike, thank you for having Bradley on yesterday. Hashtag find Amy Bradley. Love. Yes, absolutely. I'm glad I could do that. It was a pleasure to do that. I'm glad. Hopefully it helps. We raised some money last night. I want to thank everyone who kicked in and donated to that family last night. Since we were talking about wrestling tonight, Aaron Frank says, who wins in the ring? 10 little people versus Mike. I'm going to win that. That's easy. Just throw them out one by one. That would be over in like 10 seconds. Unless they can wrestle. If it's 10 little people that can wrestle, I could be in some trouble. if they have skills. That would depend. They'd have to have some skills.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. Something that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second. Easy to
Maybe
find.
that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at? The last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
And at the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Ha ha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond with that?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, with talking? No.
That's all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no. Correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw her, communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, going into the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately, you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep. Drove
Jeep,
over to
yes.
the Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm sorry.
I was at the
Left
waterfall.
the Waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him,
Yes.
but she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those three things?
Hug, what was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
What's her
work.
interaction with you?
Can I answer now?
Sure,
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to. Yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way. No.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night. No,
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
Did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it,
Okay.
and, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My
what,
question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
Well, that's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Do you see the mailbox, which is about right there?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you moved it about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there. You've got about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct?
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep, the plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe it as diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath,
yes,
you were telling the truth,
yes,
same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor
Yeah,
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right,
I'm
so
asking
Mr.
you-
Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym
Where was that?
in the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before,
Summertime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified
Or
that
could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during,
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while we were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to
Let me
somebody's
ask just a moment,
brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that's been highlighted. Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying
Mr. Higgins,
attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house at least briefly in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? It was
Can-
that proceeding.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what we just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1
Okay.
a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
to move vehicles, correct?
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes,
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view, you could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a
Yes.
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. Wasn't another car parked there.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
Did that put you in a position of being a first responder?
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute?
Court, all rise. We'll put everything up.
Can you just open the window so she's why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here? Do you feel anything?
You want to put it there?
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
May be seated.
you better do this. Okay. If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it.
You are muted.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Please. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification at least at this point. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
I'd like to have those two documents marked only for identification with the court's permission.
Okay. As one exhibit?
We can do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes. Your Honor.
Sorry, what was it?
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right, it has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner,
in the right, in the red.
it says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this has been marked over. Sorry, over the top. It's okay, it's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
It has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes.
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that on the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that. Yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
Sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? Miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6-digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6-digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
There was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. May I?
Yes.
Mr. Llewellyn, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No,
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I have no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house, your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Assistant.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes,
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
yes,
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning when you, after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time, but actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me.
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't ask to search it. They didn't ask to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian
right?
Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These were friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes,
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
she didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
no, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach this one? Yeah, there's a particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a 167-page document. Just take a glance. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry, Your
Just,
Honor.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors. Every place that needs a key swipe is logged
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that even.
Sorry,
You're
I'm
not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
100%, no.
Certainly, we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order, Bates pages. It represents Bates pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second. And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so,
Right.
okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see it.
access granted Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes,
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
You said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I
page.
see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport to front exit, front entry to Sallyport, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sallyport at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sallyport.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sallyport as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the
Same
time?
page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
yes,
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sallyport and then from Sallyport to booking, correct?
says booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either enter into the Sallyport from booking or from booking into the Sallyport.
Yes,
Could you repeat the question?
Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sallyport and Sallyport to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sallyport.
yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times of dates.
Right.
Middle of the night, during the day, but just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day, doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905, because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? This might be a little easier. Highlighted it for you.
I see it.
Okay, so that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Oh.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were in fact on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was,
Answer that.
okay,
There's
yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can answer it.
I would, yes, they're friends and I was on the phone with them, yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends,
And
yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this,
And
no.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885?
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
.357 and 54 seconds, I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
.407:47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sally Port?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sally Port related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. I did not see anything.
Are you aware that at well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port, we know that,
If I walked in, I was
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, "Shut the barracks"?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sally Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say, I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were? or
I
you
don't
weren't?
believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, it's just missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you look at the entries for 6/12, 6/16, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6/12 and 6/16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6/12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Then right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6/16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
yes,
That approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6/12 and 6/16.
I don't, no.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at Senegal.
May I?
Yes.
Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course, I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took
Mr.
place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, and the answer is yes, right? Do we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your
I
testimony.
discussed what we were trying to figure out what
You
happened.
discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes,
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
So is there a reason or why don't you go ahead and
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It
I'm
was,
not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you repeat?
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD,
Access for what purpose?
just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
Information was provided to me.
what you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after that
Objection, Your Honor.
call.
All right, so too many facts, go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement
Objection.
prior hearing, correct?
So I want to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see a transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made. Yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And both that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Did-
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or
It could-
snap it.
It
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data. The phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house.
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never
fair enough.
went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a
He-
federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Changes to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is not concerned, but I need to see you. While we're doing that, council, come on back. Yes.
Thank you.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I
that.
don't know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
We may as well use this time with me asking council a question at sidebar. Council, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled CONNOLLY.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, working any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire, I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank
Okay?
you, Your Honor.
Do you need anything, Nancy?
No, I'm just gonna grab a felon while I have time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
All right. We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes,
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
no, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to
quote, an
reading.
employee-
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
That's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State
Right.
Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
You destroyed the phone by removing the SIM card. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that? Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have, when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds. I think. You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection.
Okay.
I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, I
was,
can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Ask the question again.
Sure. were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins? Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You
It's,
testified.
it's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just
So
possible.
that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
Was your one question, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important to not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any
Oh man, this is hilarious. I just had to go back. It was like a reunion tonight with Mazza on the show and Judge Bev and Brian Higgins. We got through it all. We just played it all, replay. I think we should do more of that. I think we should start just replaying. We have endless content. We could just replay all trial 1 and 2. How many times? I mean, YouTube will probably get mad at us eventually if we keep replaying the same shit over and over. I don't think they like that, but geez, I could do it. I would love to just watch this shit over and over and over because I think we pick up new things when we watch it. That was such a good cross-examination, Alan Jackson. Wow, that was amazing to watch that one more time. I want to thank our guest tonight, Toby, for being here earlier tonight at 6 p.m. We'll be going all night. We get to play all that Brian Higgins, but I want to thank Toby for being here. Toby Leary, earlier tonight being here. That was great. And Mazza Media, I want to thank our moderators, and I want to thank the new members that we got tonight. And hopefully we may be doing a member show soon, very soon maybe. Very soon. Saturday night we got a show scheduled, not a member show for everybody. Got a DA candidate coming on for the first time. Check that out, Saturday night, 6 p.m. Looking forward to that. And then maybe doing a member show very soon, reviewing a lawsuit that was filed against me and our response against it. Should be fun. And we're going to be covering a lot more upcoming too. So, like I said, I'm going to have try to have a slow summer, but we're going to keep going. And there's much more happening. Oh, tomorrow I'll also, I think, be on the Grace Curley show. I'm going to go down to the Grace Curley. That's what I want to say. I forgot this all night. Grace Curley show tomorrow. It's going to be her last live event where people can come in and hang out at a restaurant in Woburn tomorrow. People should come down. I think I'm going to be there. Howie Carr is going to be there. Grace Curley. They're going to be broadcasting live. Come check that out. If you want to come down, check it out. It's up on Howie Carr Radio. Check out their website for more info. I'll be there hopefully tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.